Hello, everybody, and welcome TCH Live Monday. What's going on, everybody? 5-10, no limit Texas Hold'em here on TCH Live, and got a special lineup here tonight. A lot of familiar faces, should be a lot of action out there, and I got a special guest here in the booth with me. I am your host, Aaron McAvoy, and with me tonight is Bones. What's going on, man?
What's up? How's it going?
Very well, although I know you made a final table run, so you're probably doing a little bit better than me. You'll have to tell me a little bit about that, and also big shout out to the other players that made deep runs. Matt McDowell getting third place, what a badass. And then like Mahesh was at the final table as well, right?
Mahesh was, Tad was.
Okay, Tad, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Like a mixed game player, PLO player.
Awesome.
He did. I think he got fourth.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Great.
was a lot of fun.
Excellent.
George made final two tables. George Bronstein.
Okay.
Bryson, I think, made the final two tables as well.
Oh, no shit. Dude,
Yeah.
stacked.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, we are getting things rolling here. No bomb pot needed. We're just getting right into the Hold'em action, and it looks like Tyler's just going to raise and take it here, as I am going to try to get my YouTube up here on the old tablet. Get checked in, see who all is hanging out with us here. We got David, Skullbone, Ragnar. What's going on, y'all? JTN, David, Frank, Ragnar, PM, Poke Monkey. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the show. All right, let me hit the like button, do the obligatory like, and then once this ad clears, get everything live and ready to go. All right, there we go. Rock and roll. All right, so looking around the table here, we've got Pierre, we got Big Daddy Chaz, we got Optimize, we got Jay Wynn.
This is a pretty tough table.
I think that's right.
Sparks in the one, Tyler in the two, Pierre, Chaz, Slicer, and Jalen.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a spicy lineup. Should be a lot of chips flying. And several seats open, but perhaps just waiting for some warm bodies to fill them. All right, Slicer just going to raise and take this as well. So a couple of quick hands down as we take a look at the chip counts there. Most players buying in for 10K, 8.5, and Jay went down on 5, rounding out the bottom of the stacks.
Yeah, I expect this game will be very competitive. I've played, I think Tyler is the only one that I haven't played a lot with, and I've still probably played, 10 or 12 hours with him. So I can probably give you a bit of insight on how each player is kind of approaching situations.
Hey, I want to make it 5, 10, 25.
Excellent. Yeah, that is pretty cool, having as much sort of experience time on the felt with these players. You're going to have a very special, unique perspective on the different scenarios that they're going to get themselves into. One thing that everyone is familiar with is Big Daddy Chaz squeezing to large sizings out of the small blind.
You guys make it 2-5.
So he does this probably more than anyone. He chooses some pretty big sizes with his squeezes, with his 3-bets in general, especially out of position, especially his squeezes from the blinds. They tend to be quite a bit bigger than most of the other regulars.
Interesting spot here, flopping effective third pair with the range advantage, but yeah, this is a spot where I think Jax benefits a lot from just checking over, and you're pretty much just like hamstrung here if Tyler bets, but Tyler does check it back with one of his more marginal aces. So check, check, off to a turn.
I like the line so far by both players. It's really easy to get trapped into c-betting too much on all these ace-high boards, thinking that you have the advantage because you have aces, ace-king, and your opponent doesn't. But Tyler's going to have ace-queen here. I would imagine he's never 4-betting ace-queen in this spot, so I would expect him to have all the combos of ace-queen, half-suited and suited. I would expect him to 4-bet queens, but he probably has 3s and some ace-3 suited as well. So like he has enough really strong hands where Chaz can't go too crazy betting the flop.
Well, and another thing too, I agree with all of that, is that Tyler also just isn't going to fold like king queen, queen jack like to a small size, and Big Daddy Chaz isn't never like feeling powered up to just like bomb or even bet small and then size up on the most turns. So yeah, pretty tough spot to do much of anything. Here is Chaz. He is, though, going to go for the check call on the turn. Check this 5 of spades on the river, and if Tyler goes for some value, 500, 600 here or something, Chaz is probably just going to have to let this go, but we'll see. Oh, that's a big size, too. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3/4.
Oh, I thought I saw 2 pinks. Was it just 1?
Yeah, it was just 1.
Oh, okay.
3/4, probably a pretty standard sizing in that spot for value bets. You're really value betting, like, Ace-Jack is probably the worst hand he's value betting there, given that Chaz could have 3-bet some of the low-suited wheel aces. So he's not going to be able to bet a queen there. So I think he's going to want to, maybe he can bet ace-10 there for the big size. But I think I'd probably just limit it to ace-jack plus.
Yeah. All right, onwards and upwards. Got the $25 straddle on this hand.
Yeah, it's probably better, right?
Poker Monkey asking where's Sippy Cup. That would actually be really funny to watch. Really fun to watch is Sippy Cup in here playing this game. Do you know who?
I'm not familiar with Sippy Cup.
It was interesting character. Played the 2-5 stream on a Thursday and spilled his drink like all over the table.
Oh.
Yeah. He absolutely whacked me that night, just playing complete garbage. Like 4 deuce and jack 3 both made boats, and I had a pretty decent hand. So
A
yeah,
hand that wasn't a boat, though.
So what?
You had a hand that wasn't a boat.
Yeah, exactly. And definitely didn't think that he could have much of anything because the boats were 4 deuce and jack 3, right? So, anyways, he tuned me up really badly and then spilled his drink everywhere, and it was quite an entertaining evening. But anyways, yeah, quick little hand right there, and we'll move on to the next one. All right, so you were the chip leader of your flight in that big tournament over the weekend, and then I guess things just kept going pretty well for you there on day 2?
Yeah, I was actually chip leader of the, I believe it was one of the smaller flights. I expected to have, there was like 115 coming back. I expected to have like, a stack in the 5 to 10 range, 5th to 10th overall. I think it was like 8th. And then, yeah, I just kind of got rolling early, busted a few people, got in some good spots, and then, yeah, just kind of carried to the final couple tables, and then just kind of got a little card dead at the wrong time. But, it was a lot of fun. Anytime you get to run deep in a tournament, it's a blast.
Heck yeah.
It's interesting that Slicer chooses to check this back. This is a hand that a lot of people will semi-bluff because they have the gutter and, the 10-high flush draw. But I think he can choose this one to check back sometimes because he can call almost every turn other than, the ace of clubs or something is probably a turn he doesn't want to call. But other than that, and here we get a pretty interesting spot that I think will just go Tyler betting for value and Slicer calling. We'll see how big Tyler goes, though.
Yeah, sizing is going to be telling for sure. With the second nut here for Tyler, if he goes for an overbet or just pot size. Almost pot 375. Okay.
Yeah, and with the third nuts here, he's just going to.
Wow. Is it
He
down?
fold.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I think 10 of diamonds there is going to call a lot of the time, but Slicer doesn't take much time to release that one at all.
Yeah. So I think that probably just depends on what he thinks that Tyler thinks of his check back range. If he thinks that Tyler, if he thinks that Tyler thinks that he can check back nut flush draws and that becomes an easier fold, he thinks that Tyler doesn't think that he's going to check back nut flush draws. A lot of less experienced players than Tyler will assume that, like, if someone flops like the ace of diamonds on Jack 9-6 with 3 diamonds, it's just an auto bet all the time. I think Tyler is probably a little too studied to think that, and Slicer probably knows that. Me saying all that is basically saying that, like, the more strong hands that Farmer can have in his range, the easier it is to fold some of the middling ones, especially when he doesn't think that Tyler is bluffing very often.
Yeah. And when Bone says Farmer, he's referring to
Farmer
Slicer.
is,
Yeah.
Slicer. Sorry.
Does he have any other nicknames, or is it just?
No, I mean, Farmer is Farmer's his last name, and when I met him the first time, he introduced himself as Matt, and obviously there's too many Matts to just go by Matt, so I told him he has to, give me something else to work with. So yeah, been going with Farmer.
All right, Jay Wynn here, looking at making a call on the button here, King 9 suited. This is
He can
one of
4-bet
those.
here as well. I think the hand's too good to fold. I think I would mostly call and sometimes 4-bet, but then Jay Wynn's gonna let it go.
Yeah, that one feels borderline to me. I mean, 4-betting the King 9, I mean, I prefer personally King 10 if I'm going to sort of go for a little bit of a squeezy 4-bet there.
Yeah,
But,
I think you can pick from any of those. I think
Sure.
King 10 makes a bit better of a call. I would never fold King 10 suited in that spot.
Sure.
So I would be more likely to turn King 9 suited into a bluff than King 10. But it's really just nitpicking, to be honest. You just want to make sure that you have some of these 4-bet bluffs in position that aren't all, ace high.
Yep. Did just get a note from the production staff as well that we are playing with a mandatory $25 straddle on here. So this is going to be 5, 10, 25 for the remainder of the evening. And once again, we are still waiting to get a couple of these spots filled. And we'll see how long it takes for that to happen. Folds around to Pierre. He's going to give a walk to Big Daddy Chaz. There we go.
Yeah, I think that's a spot where when there's only 3 blinds, there's not too much in the pot. So you can fold a few of those big blind versus straddles. Playing, you can speak to playing tournaments with antes, like you almost fold no small blinds when there's antes in the pot. When you're playing a 4-blind game and there's like a straddle and a double straddle, there's more money in the pot, so you should play a few more hands out of the first straddle, if that makes sense. There's just more in the pot, you're getting better pot odds. But against an aggressive player like Chaz, you can kind of play tight there.
Yeah, I think that's right. Once again, folds into the blinds. Pierre here going to make the raise this time around. 100 to go. Queen 10 suited, and Slicer will make the call. JTN1968 dropping us a $10 super chat. Says, Ron and Bones in the booth means proper shenanigans. Use this to go get Chaz a small bottle of Malibu. Well, awesome. Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate it.
I didn't see any Malibu out there. We're going to have to get the Big Daddy of Malibu.
That's right.
We're working on getting him a sponsorship.
That would be so epic. Like, what he needs is like a full like Malibu, I don't know, like jumpsuit or whatever.
Like the Captain Morgan guy.
There you go.
Just, in a Malibu suit.
All right, Slicer's cards still have not scanned, but we did get a bet and a call on the flop. Pierre choosing to check now. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't pick up any additional equity and is pretty much in shutdown mode. Does go for the check fold, and Slicer will take it down.
Corey Maddox asks if having some King X in your 4-bet bluff range is just for balance. Yes, kind of. I mean, so the typical, how we used to look at these 4-bet spots is like you always want to have an ace because you block aces, ace king, ace queen, stuff like that. But then that leaves you pretty deficient on king high boards, except for ace king, right? Because all the other kings generally call or fold, right? So we want to have a few hands that aren't ace king that can flop top pair. And king 9 is usually one of the better ones, I guess, to call. I mean, king 10 is obviously better, or king 10 is obviously better than that. King jack is obviously better than that. King queen is obviously better than that. But since you want to, those hands function so well as calls, you want to have a few hands that you can throw in there as calls. You can do something like king 5 suited or king 9 suited, just to have a bit more board coverage, and just to kind of make sure that you aren't going too crazy with only ace highs, because then that leaves you imbalanced on both ace high boards and non ace high boards.
Yeah, so I mean, the short answer to that question is definitely then yes, it is for balance. And that's sort of the trickiest thing about this game is understanding what balance means, right? Like not just for, sort of the robot interpretation of the game, but like who you are as a poker player, right? Like what your sort of general tendencies are. And that was, I mean, it still is one of the things that I am just forever learning, right? I think in most poker players will, always be sort of developing their game and trying to understand, like, well, what would I actually do in this spot, across my entire range when you're in like this weird spot on the river, right? And you're like, how the hell did we get here, right? You have to backtrack. You got to figure out like this happened, this happened, this happened. Like, how am I going to balance this spot? And those can be challenging. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no way to just like memorize every single spot and then just act it out, right?
So this is a pretty interesting spot here for Sparks. He has a hand that wants to play, but he's going to be out of position. He's got Tyler behind him with an under-the-gun open range. Who could be four-betting quite a bit. And if he calls, he's going to be playing the hand out of position, hoping to not get squeezed. It's a good fold. I think Sparks makes a few more of those folds than the average player in this lineup, I think. And, I think it's a correct fold. It's just, it comes off as a little bit tighter.
Yeah. No, I tend to agree, especially those middling pairs are just, you're asking to get screwed no matter how you play it.
Yeah.
Other than just folding and being like, whatever, man, I had a middling pair. Like, what?
Yeah, and I think it's very easy to look at just your hole cards and use that to assess the value, but it's a combination of your hole cards and position at the table, and also your relative position in the hand as far as like how the betting goes.
Yeah. Jack of Hearts here on the turn. Big Daddy Chaz now sitting on top two after we went check on the flop. Jay Wynn here looking at a board that's only gotten worse. We'll continue checking. And Chaz at this stage, I imagine, should go for some small value here, like 1/3, maybe 1/2. Although I guess if he's going to be betting with a bluff, it's going to be a little bit larger sizing.
Yeah,
so.
I think he wants to size up here. When he bets small, what's he trying to get called by? Ace King. Ace King probably just go ahead and bets here, right? So he's trying to get called by like 9s, 8s.
He does block the Ace Jack and King Jack of the world to some degree, but I think there's some possibilities there as well. Does go for the 500, slightly over half pot. Jay Wynn goes for the check call, and here with the King of Diamonds on the river. Jay Wynn with a natural check, I would presume. Does hard block the nuts.
Right, and the King is probably a better card for his range than Chad. He could turn this into a bluff. It's probably a bit fancy and unnecessary.
What other good bluffs does he have, though? The 10 of hearts is a pretty good one to have.
No, he wants Chaz to have the 10 of hearts.
So yes, that's true, and yet at the same time, you can have a couple of the like heart combos that can continue that are going to want to check raise the river, like 10-9 of hearts and ace 10 of hearts. Like having that 10 of hearts, I think, is also sort of key to having the particular combo of 9-10 or ace 10.
Right. I don't think he has those hands in full, given that he squeezed an under the gun open from the button. Or I'm sorry, he squeezed an under the gun open from the first straddle. I think Jay Wynn probably flats that more often than he squeezes. So I think he's not going to have the 10-9 of hearts in full.
Okay.
Ace 10 of hearts, maybe, but I don't like that as a squeeze first under the gun. I don't know what it, yeah. I think this is a very bad hand to call with.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I think Jay Wynn is solidly in the tank about whether or not to raise here.
No, his facial expression, he's not thinking about a raise.
Oh, you're right. He's cutting out calling chips.
Yeah, I think this is one of these examples that Jay Wynn may look back on, and it's so easy to, like, you're on the river, you check, you face a bet, and immediately you're like, your frustration comes out, and you basically give away, I'm calling or folding, right? And it's something that, like, I really struggle with when I'm not focused. And, like, in the moment is, like, reacting to the bet rather than, like, kind of holding my posture. And he makes the call. Rather than, like, holding my posture and allow myself the opportunity to come to the realization that, like, maybe my hand is better as a raise than a call. Like, let me make sure that I don't give anything away, so that I can still put this raise in. If I work through everything and decide that hey, maybe this is a better raise than a call.
Yep. No, that's absolutely true. I mean, I'm certainly guilty of that as well. Particularly when you have a hand that seems like such a slam dunk, like, there's no chance that I'm going to raise this, because you just want to get to showdown. You're sort of stuck in the mentality of like, I'm going to check it over, hope this guy checks back, because then I think I can win. Then they bet, and you're like, God damn it.
Right.
And then you're like, wait, yeah, exactly as
you
you're
realize
saying.
that, like, a lot of times the hands that you think are going to make the hands that you are trying to work to showdown, they end up being pretty good river bluffs, especially when you're in a spot where you're not going to find many natural bluffs. You're going to have to turn some of these weaker made hands into bluffs if they happen to have the blockers that you're looking for in the hand, whether they're straight blockers, whether they're pair blockers, flush blocker, whatever.
Yeah. A little bit of a curious spot there, though. It would be interesting. Always, like in all of these spots, to have like the the poker out loud style, of like what are they thinking in this moment of like finding these calls or these raises, folds, different things. But Tyler here going to go ahead and make the call here as Jwin 3-bets up to 350 from the small blind.
Yeah, this is pretty loose from Jwin in a 3-blind game. It has a hand that has some good properties, and it definitely performs better as a 3-bet than a call. And he chose a really big size as well.
Yeah, I generally tend to like that. I mean, this is 6-handed as well, so I mean, yes, it's 3 blinds, but like under the gun is also the hijack, right? So, I think the ranges can be pretty wide a lot of the time, 3-betting with a couple of broadways like that. As you were saying earlier, like the King-9 could function as a reasonable 4-bet candidate. I think the King-Jack off is like pretty standard 3-bet in these spots.
Well, the problem is that he has 3 live ranges behind him. He has the big blind, the straddle, and the button, as opposed to like a 2-blind game where you only have to get through the big blind and the button.
Sure.
This is a pretty action flop here, and I think Tyler can check raise this board pretty liberally. He has all the jacks, he has all the 10s, he has all the 8s, he has the king-queen suiteds, he has the nut flush draws. This is a huge board for his range. If we think about the hands that are cold calling, when we talked about Sparks, bang, yeah. When we talked about Sparks folding his 9s earlier, like, even for a very disciplined player like Sparks, like that is the kind of hand that you would generally like, cold call a 3-bet with, right? 9s through jacks, ace queen suited, stuff like that. So this board really smashes Tyler. And I think, well, I guess Jwin has the king of spades. Yeah, I like all their play on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Tyler is that if he raises and then gets re-raised, he's just going to be sick and have to potentially just pile it all in or fold away his equity. That's a pretty gross spot to be in. As it stands, we have made it to the 9 of spades on the turn. Gives Tyler the king-high straight, but Slicer, of course, sitting on the nuts and will not lose the hand. Jwin here is going to fold the king of spades and a gutter to the king-high straight.
Yeah,
pretty easily, too. I mean, like, I'm not saying that that's like a spot that you're going to want to call, but, just sort of recognizing that this is a board texture that is just really not favorable to trying to peel one off here.
Right, absolutely. And I think it's Jwin recognizing, like you said, it's this board texture. It's like both of these players can have the nuts, not just the nuts, but like sets, other flushes, straights.
Tyler is going to continue up the creek with no paddle in hand, so cannot win this hand, has no hope to improve, and really wants to see like a spade or a board pair so that he doesn't put any more money in this pot.
And that's probably going to get Tyler off the hook.
Yeah.
This ends up being a pretty thin value bet for Slicer.
And these players are deep. Stack to pot ratio is still over 1 here.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of great sizes for Slicer to choose here. He can choose something small, like 2,500. If this were like the 2 of hearts, he would be all in here, pretty happily, knowing that Tyler is going to have a really tough time picking out his calls I don't think he's going to have many offsuit hands here. Maybe pocket tens, maybe pocket queens. So he's just going to have like straights, sets, and flushes without blocker. And he would have a lot of trouble finding appropriate calling range.
So Slicer's going to pick a size where he can't fold to a raise. So yeah, he's committing himself here and still going for 3,800 in value.
No, I think he can absolutely fold if he gets raised.
I mean, I guess you can always fold, but
The thing is like when he gets raised here, he has the nut blocker, so he would need Tyler to be turning a jack.
Yeah.
But like, what jacks does he have? Like, is he like he might have ace jack suited, maybe? But he like cold called the 3-bet, so like he doesn't have that many unpaired hands. He can have maybe queen jack, the queen jack of hearts, if he chose to flat that. I don't know that Farmer thinks that he would flat that. Or, sorry, Slicer. He's running into boats and flushes here, and flushes have no reason to raise. And like I think they just do their raising on the turn. So when he gets raised, he's either getting raised by a boat or a hand with a jack and a blocker, and I just don't really see that. I think Tyler probably just, if he has queen jack suited, I think he probably just like finds a call.
Tyler, though, solidly in the tank here. This is about a 3.8K. He is going to find the fold button, and
yeah, nice play by Tyler. I think everybody played their hand really well.
yeah. With such a scary board texture, do you think that the 3.8K there, that's a little over half pot? I mean, do you think that that's maybe just a little too large? Like, or do you think that any bet is going to look the same there? Like going all the way down to like 2K is just not going to get paid either.
I think that, so really small bets on the river in position generally aren't a thing against confident players, mostly because the value that you're trying to squeak out is negated by reopening the betting. And if you reopen the betting against like really smart and tricky players, you're going to get check raised at a frequency that you're not comfortable with. You're going to get check raise bluff some. You're going to get check raise for value and not really know what to do. So it's possible that he just doesn't have a small size in his river betting range there. He might just say like his small size is half. His big size was 1.2 pot, 2x pot shove, something like that. 1.2, 1.1 pot shove.
Yeah.
And so maybe he just chose that as his small size.
Gotcha. All right, Sparks here going to raise it up from the small blind, 75 to go.
Steady Poker Traveler.
Tyler makes the call. Pierre here will squeeze king jack suited this time. 350 to go. 350 seems to be the bet of the hour for the squeeze.
Yeah, and this is a case where he's forcing these two to play the rest of the hand out of position. So he can really leverage. Tyler is going to be hard pressed to ever continue in that spot.
Yeah.
With a capped range, Pierre being uncapped. And Tyler should be pretty motivated to 3-bet his good hands against Sparks' small blind open.
Do y'all all know each other?
Top pair here for Pierre. Natural check over from Sparks, and 1/3 pot size bet here for Pierre. Sparks definitely peel one off here, but if he faces additional aggression, is likely to get put under some pressure, so he will make the call, and KJ was looking off into the distance there for a moment, and off to a turn we will all go. 8 of diamonds here. Does improve Sparks slightly to a gut shot.
So this is a spot where if the card were low brick, Pierre could start going for some
There are some common denominators there.
some bigger sizes. I think on this turn, I don't think he gets to bet too big with his hand. I think his hand is just a small better a check, and probably just better served as a check. And we'll see if Sparks turns his hand into a bluff here.
I think that's probably
he said that like his
going
1,
to
2, and
be
2
better
cards
to do it with this hand than like busted hearts or some.
like they don't even care.
I mean, the hand he most wants to have is a 10. Or the card that he most wants to have is a 10. Whether
Sure.
it is 10, 9, Jack 10. Those are going to be his. Jack 10 may be a better call. 10, 9 is probably maybe a check raise bluff. I think 10, 9 is best served as a check raise bluff. Knowing when it goes check, check, you beat the overcards. A bet is generally Pierre's not going to have any straights. So,
Yeah, and you could probably do.
yeah,
You could
we'll
probably
see what he
afford
does with sevens. But I think he's still open to raising here. Sparks is very capable of making these raises. And it's gonna, if he does, it's going to put Pierre in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it does have the furrowed brow squint going on here. Not necessarily giving away that he is sort of perplexed and just wondering if his hand is ever good, but
Yeah, Sparks has a bit of a resting bitch face when he's thinking about spots. In my experience, it's been both. It doesn't give anything away. Like that's how he looks when he's about to raise. When he's calling,
I'm working on a deal.
he finds the fold there, which I think is good.
They're acquiring another company and they need somebody to
You know,
actually manage it.
like I said, he'd rather have the 10 in his hand than the 7 when he wants to bluff.
yeah. So pocket 10 certainly.
Pocket
Go
10s,
for it.
Pocket 10s may end up being a 4-bet pre-flop,
So they got about 2 or 3 months, but
just because it's going to be kind of miserable to play that hand out of position
we're
against
talking
a
about
big player like Pierre.
But the consulting deal was like.
But when he does have it, I think he's more likely to have 10-9 suited and Jack 10,
The hourly
Queen
there
10
is good.
than Pocket 10s. Plus,
But again,
there's
the
more
main thing
combos,
is not
obviously.
money, right? Like I'm not optimizing for that. I'm just optimizing being able to spend. Yeah, like I want to be home for my kid. That would be the number one. So yeah, so sponsorships.
Taking a look back here in the chat, everybody gambling it up in here, getting a couple of good rolls. Excellent. Ragnar over B getting wrecked though. JTN as well. So, well, some good rolls, some bad ones. I haven't gotten into the gambling streets here yet, so I've just been enjoying the chatter here with Bones. All right, Tyler here going to go for a squeeze from the small blind, as you do. 325, his choice for the sizing. He said, yeah, 350 is getting overused, so 325 it is. And Jay Wynn, 6-4 of diamonds. This should be a pretty quick muck, I would presume, but is looking to play this one in position if he continues.
Yeah, Jay's a bit sticky. It looks like he's going to go for the 4-bet, or maybe he's just counting a stack. Okay. Yeah, so this is probably the bottom of Jay Wynn's opening range. So, in theory, it should be a fold, but he might think that Tyler is really heavy with overcards, and this is going to be a good spot to be able to put some pressure on him post-flop.
Tyler here does flop 2 overs to the board, some backdoor opportunities, and Jay Wynn up and down straight draw, backdoor, straight flush draw. So
this feels like a pure bet because, so a lot of times these hands that start off as checks are going to at least check call 1. So you want to kind of start your bluff early so you can triple off if need be. Because sometimes, just 1 bet or 2 bets aren't going to get the job done. So when you have a ton of equity, no showdown value, you can kind of want to start these bluffs on the flop.
yeah, goes for the 250 here, so a little over 1/3, half pot, whatever that was.
Yeah, and with that sizing, he's just trying to price out King Queen, King Jack.
Can't win 5 in a row unless you win for.
I think Ace King and Ace Queen end up being check calls there. I think all the pocket pairs, end up being bets or calls. So when he chooses a small size there, he's just trying to get out the unpaired overcards that don't have the backdoor. And we would expect to get check called or check raised by
a lot of things in life.
Queen Jack,
Past 5th grade math. Flying colors.
King Jack with the backdoors. So against the offsuit hands and the suit with no backdoor, that sizing kind of gets them to fold, which is a big win for 6 high.
Ragnar, I was giving you a shout out for getting wrecked, not calling you out. Better luck next time there, bud. All right, on to the next one. Pierre here, not a believer in the 9 Triz. Big Daddy Chaz though, a couple of Judys, a couple of Jays. And running into a big one here, Slicer on number 2.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really tough spot for Chaz. Slicer has probably a wider and more aggressive 4-bet range than anybody at the table other than Chaz. And Chaz is definitely not a folder. So I think we're going to see a pure call here. And then he's just going to start working his way to showdown.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those classic cases of like, I have a hand that I'm not folding, but I'm very uncomfortable both being out of position and in a 4-bet pot here with a very vulnerable hand that could already be well behind. All right, 1.7K in the middle, stacked pot ratio with king high board here. Big Daddy Chaz, the effective stack. He's SPR something around 6, maybe 5.
So we're going to see Slicer's strategy here. If he bets this is probably the hand that benefits the most from checking behind, given that he's got the backdoor clubs as well. So when we see him bet this, we can assume that he's betting close to his entire range. He may check pocket queens. He may check. I don't think he may check. No, I don't think he would check ace-3 suited if he had it.
A little bit of back and forth there. I didn't hear it in the headset, but Chaz said something and Slicer responded. I didn't quite pick it up, but I imagine it had something to do with a very small size there, right? I mean, that was 1/10 pot.
Yeah.
Chaz does go for the check call. Slicer here with another check on the turn.
So this is
Checks back now.
This is an interesting line. I think he realized that Chaz has a hand really similar to the one that he has. You know, he's hoping, he thinks he can have a hand like ace, queen, jacks, 10s that are not going to pay off 3 streets. He doesn't have many flush draws, right? When we have the king of clubs, he has like ace, queen, and maybe queen, jack of clubs. So he's going to go small here.
The 600 here. He's trying to get called by ace high at this point.
Ace high. He also opens the door up to getting check raised. It's extremely hard to find check raised bluffs here. I don't even know what I would choose. You know, maybe I would choose a hand like ace queen, blocking king queen, ace king, aces, and hope that I can like. No, because even then, those are better than check calls. I'd just be trying to bluff out queen high, or or pocket queens. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like ace queen and queen jack with no club, I think are it's slim pickings. That is for sure.
It would have to be like ace queen of diamonds or something like that.
Chaz is going to pay this off, and I think there may have been a universe in which Slicer could have gotten more value, but he's obviously just targeting this very weak range of hands, trying to get paid by, you know, hands way further down than pocket jacks. And you can see that Chaz is also just perplexed by this. He's like 1/10 check, and now like not even 1/20th or whatever the hell this is, right? Like
he bet,
or about
he bet
1/20th.
1/6, I believe. Pot was.
He bet 160. It was the pot was like
yeah,
1700.
that part. Yeah, I thought you were talking about his river bet.
But then it was 600 into 2K. So yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those
1/15
spots
or
where like
something.
he just doesn't have that many hands that can pay off anything large, and you know maybe Slicer thinks that there's more value in just trying to squeeze out a little value from queens through 10s, and then occasionally get bluff raised. Although, like I said, it's very hard to find bluffs in that spot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So okay. So it was 25% pot, a little in between there and 1/3. Anyhow, onwards and upwards. Big Daddy Chaz here, a couple of 7s right back in the mix. He is just going to have a raise and take it this time around, as nobody had anything in the blinds to contest. So the fact that we haven't had anybody fill these seats leads me to believe that we're just going to be playing 6-handed here for a little while.
Yeah, I think this is, if you're going to have any table to play 6-handed, I think this would be one of the best ones. Everyone here is pretty sharp and aggressive, and you know, they all think through spots very carefully. So I think that you know that you're going to get a lot of really high-level play in this. that you may not see from some of the more recreational or passive players. I think this is a pretty good lineup. We've already seen some really interesting spots, at least in my opinion, and we're getting to see what really elite players like Slicer choose to do with some hands, that may come up in your own game. Whether it's the sizings he chooses or the lines. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, it's always fascinating to watch players that, play at higher stakes, that play with more experience and perhaps more studying under the belt, right? Just, really go into these spots from a just more sort of engaged perspective. I don't know, that's maybe not the right way to put it, but, this game, and this is something that I've come to recognize, ever more so. Like every day that I come in and continue to play poker, I realize more and more just how, like, the curve sort of feels like it starts to flatten out, right? Like I feel like the skill curve is just like very sharp at the bottom, and then it really starts to turn over. It's sort of parabolic, right? Where like it feels like once you get to a certain degree of skill level, it's like, oh, you're just like better than so many people. And it doesn't feel like the people that are stronger than you are that much further ahead of you. But actually, it's that tiny little bit, that last, several % of understanding of the game that makes all of the difference in some of these spots.
Right, and it's not just knowledge of the game, it's being able to execute what you've learned in the moment, which it's extremely difficult. We watch these guys play, and you see a lot of thought going on, but it's extremely difficult to take concepts that you've learned, implement them into your own game, and then apply them to like very difficult spots in the moments with a lot of money on the line.
And against somebody that you're like, this guy knows what I might be up to.
Right, like he's also like he's trying to win. Like he's not just playing this game well right now. He's like putting in the study. He's actively coming up with a strategy to beat me. That can be very challenging, and being able to perform at a high level is a huge key to the game, not just all the study.
Yeah. All right, $25 straddle should be on here. So I do believe that's mandatory. It looks like our friend, though, has left the table. So, yeah, 25 is in. Okay, there we go. Yep, mandatory 25. So Chaz is first to act.
Kangaroos ask, so does a player become exploitable if they don't bet 1/20th the next time or so? No. There are a lot of strategies that are they're called mixed strategies, where the EV of a play is very similar or identical to the EV of an alternate play. So like sometimes a hand can be 3-bet or it can be called. It's the EV of both plays is very close or similar or exactly the same. In those cases, maybe Farmer or maybe Slicer thinks that betting 1/10 has the same EV as betting 40% or 75%. I don't think he's exploitable when he chooses the other sides, because like you would have to know his strategy and you'd have to know how he deviates from his strategy. And if I don't think that amount of evidence is going to become apparent, and I don't think that Farmer knows what's going on. I'm sorry, Slicer, I keep saying Farmer. He knows what's going on. He's going to be aware that hand went to showdown with his line. And he's extremely thoughtful about his game. I don't think that there are going to be too many spots where like he takes a line, and just being able to see it on stream, you can think, oh, well, shit, Farmer's never going to do anything different in this spot. And if he does, I'll know that he doesn't have it.
Yeah. Both players here playing the same hand, so ace-4 suited apiece. Bet a 650 on the turn after bet and call 200 on the flop. J-Win here with top pair and a gut shot. Yeah, pretty standard call, and I presume that there aren't too many rivers that are going to change the outcome of this hand. Deuce of hearts, though, does bring in the the front door heart flush draw.
Yeah, it's just going to check.
Yeah, that would be my presumption as well. Not a whole lot of value to be gained here from a bet from either player, and Jay Wynn will slow roll the chop.
Yeah, standard.
Tyler had a glimmer of hope on his face of like,
Yeah.
oh, I got him. Oh, no, I don't.
Slow roll's okay for chops. I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah, hack this one up, and we'll move on to the next one. Taking a look there at the cumulative winnings. Slicer up 5K. Jay Wynn and Tyler. A little bit of sparks in the red.
It's a rough start for Tyler, but it could have been worse. You know, had that board pair not come, he was able to get away from a straight.
Yeah. Yeah, there were definitely some pretty innocuous looking rivers there that could have gotten him further up that creek, that is for sure.
So when you deal with something like that, like is the main thing is like
All right, taking a look back at the chat here, we got Carlo joining us. What's going on? Alexander
Right, so it exiting actually.
also joining us. What's going on tonight, guys? Yeah, so the curious thing is, and that I do think that this is a real thing, though, right? It's the 1/10 bet on the flop. Like, if you have a hand that really benefits from betting to get folds, right? King high board, a couple of clubs out there, and you're going to be betting a large portion of your range because it's 4-bet pot. Like, which hands do you mix to that 1/10 size is sort of curious if you're doing it for a bluff, right? Like, you just pick, like, I just have, like, 10-9 of hearts, whatever it is, just, like, complete, like, I don't know how I got here. You know, maybe 10-9 of hearts is a bad example, but, like, bottom of your 4-bet range that has just absolutely nothing, maybe a backdoor, and are you really going to bet 1/10 with that with the intention of just, like, shutting it down after that?
So
I went one time for a college internship.
you can basically treat it as a check, right? So it is a check other than it reopens the betting to Chaz, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like on that board, I don't think you're getting check raised very often. Right?
Yeah, like, never.
Okay, so you can bet that with a bunch of hands that like
Speakeasy type and shit.
they don't.
Very quiet.
Let me see.
Very intricate.
You can eliminate some hands. I don't know how I can phrase this.
Yeah, no, like, I think I know where your
It
thought
doesn't-
process is
so-
going. It's just curious to think about which ones are going to want to go for the 1/10 that wouldn't already benefit from going larger just to try to get fold equity, right?
So, I mean, yeah, maybe if he has Queen Jack suited, and wants to fold out like pocket fives or pocket sixes or whatever, or maybe he has Jack 10 suited and wants to fold out Ace 5 of hearts or whatever. But like, there aren't really value bets in bluffs on the flop. They just have different levels of equity, right? There's really only something that's a bluff on the river. When you have 0% equity, you know, you bet, you get called, you lose. You bet, and when you have value, you bet, you call, you win over half the time, whatever. It's not really about bluff and value on the flop. It's pretty much how you want to manipulate the size of the pot and the ranges. You know, a benefit from that is maybe you get check raised, so you add in a hand that really wants to get check raised, i.e. top set, and you're not going to have any of the lower sets because it's a 4-bet pot. You're not going to have any, I don't know if it's 4 deuce, something like that.
King 6-3, two clubs, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so King 6-3, so you're not going to have pocket sixes, you're not going to have pocket threes. The hand that most wants to get check raised is top set. So you add that into your range with maybe some hands that, like, it doesn't matter if you get check raised. So you have 10-9 no backdoor, right? You can bet there. Maybe you get a slightly better hand to fold, which is a huge win. And maybe you induce a check raise from a hand that, like, really wants to get check raised. So maybe the range where you bet that small is really only like top set, a few bluffs, and I don't know, if you 3-bet it, if you 3 or 4-bet Ace 5 suited or something, where, like, it doesn't matter if you get check raised, but you can still backdoor some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I
I
guess
think it's just a way to allow the action to be reopened with your really, really good hands, and a way to fold out some hands that have a bunch of equity with the few bluffs that you have.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can still put in huge bets on the turn in the river, you know, if they run out well. Like, say an ace comes, right? You're going to want to target all of those, ace queens that continue, right? You don't want those to fold out. You want to cooler them when they turn an ace.
Yeah, absolutely. JD here in the chat says slicer bet 10%, 10% and blowing everyone's minds. And Kangaroo saying like I would ever choose, like I would never choose that size. No, I love the small bets for exactly the things that you're talking about, where you are in these spots where it feels like you either have a perfect opportunity to induce a check raise, or like you just have such a crushing range advantage where it's like you just bet so small that they're like, oh fuck, like, and then they call you with jack high with like some weird backdoor, like 2 undercards, whatever. They call you because they're like, I don't know what else to do, and they would have never put another dime in the pot otherwise.
Right.
And so there are some fun spots to exploit with the small sizings. But.
Right. And Kangaroo says AA would never choose that size, right? No, aces would choose a bigger size, mostly because you're really trying to cooler top pair, right? When you have hands that can cooler top pair, like you want to, pick some bigger sizes in general.
Yeah, build the pot. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, if they have king queen suited, you want to go bet.
Right. So like when you cripple the deck there, basically when you have the top set and you have the club blocker to the flush draw. So like you don't really get to cooler anything right there. So your job, when you have an opportunity to cooler something, your job is to put as many chips in the pot, however that's possible. Whether it's through check raising, whether it's through big bets, whether it's through over bets. When you really lock down the board, you're not going to really want to choose those cooler sizes.
Yeah. Yeah, the curious thing, though, too, right? Like, there's 2 different ways in my mind for that hand to have gone, which was check, and then, as you said when we saw that flop initially, was that you sort of have one of your best hands to check back. So, like, check, flop, blank turn. Chaz checks again because he doesn't have an incentive to build the pot. You maybe bet 1/3 on the turn. River came fairly innocuous as well, right? Check once again, and then maybe you go for that larger size, right? So, like, all told, it was 600 and 160, so 760 went in with the line that was chosen.
Yeah.
Could you have eked out another couple $100, right, if you went for the check bet line? And who knows, against the particular holding that we had, in Chaz's hand, but. I don't know. We could like tear this apart forever as well.
We've been talking about a 10% bet for about half an hour now.
Tyler here is going to flop middle set. Slicer is working with just ace high, so we had a bet and a call on the flop. Tyler going to slow down now. Checks the turn, and Slicer here in a little bit of a spot here. He's got showdown, but he also feels like he can probably try to get his opponent to fold 8s, 9s, 10s.
Let's see. Call. Yeah, I think once he floats this bet, he has to start bluffing. No, I like this line by Tyler.
$1.7K in the middle here. If Tyler makes the call, it's going to go up to just about 2,400.
We got a TCH legend JD in the chat. JD, you figured out my secret. Small bets, bad hands, good hands, big bets.
Tyler goes for the check raise, and Slicer instantly gives up, recognizing that something's going on out there, and it ain't him winning the pot. All right. So, JD here. Yeah. Now, that is always funny when you're like, especially when you're on some sort of, funky draw or whatever, you just kind of are wondering like what you're doing in the pot or whatever. You're like, man, maybe if I just bet, you'll fold. You're like, just have nothing, right? Just have nothing. I'm just going to raise you with this gutter. Then you drill the gutter and you're like, please have a set.
Yeah,
please have a set. And your mind, like, status just shifts so entirely.
Yeah.
It's really funny. All right, looks like we're going heads up to a flop here. Sparks the razor from the small blind. Tyler makes the call. 8 high board, couple of spades out here.
We'll see if Sparks check folds here. This is really not his board. I think if he had a backdoor, he'd be more likely to bluff this. And Tyler's going to put in a real small bet here.
Yeah, this is a tickle for sure, and is
I like
just
it.
going to get the job done. Interesting there. I mean, when you think about what you're trying to accomplish, it's just kind of like
Just wants
folding
to
out
fold out his-
equity.
yeah, fold
But
out
like
his
an
on ace
ace high is
highs.
never folding, right?
Yeah.
So generally you would think you're trying to get a better hand to fold. There is the perfect example of you're not necessarily trying to get a better hand to fold, but just your opponent to let go of all their equity, whatever it might be.
Right, yeah. And, you know, you can start small there, clear up a little bit of equity, and, you know, you're always free to barrel on some turns where you don't get check raised.
Yeah.
And I think Sparks should be check raising a fair bit on that board. So when you don't get check raised, I think he generally just has some pretty weak hands, and you can, you know, start the barrels.
All right, 25 to go. Slicer says no, no. 75. So far, so good. And yeah, Slicer just going to take this one down. No resistance. How do you feel about people having sort of like pet hands that are, you know, you look at the normal range tree and everything, and then there's just like this one fucked up hand where it's like they just love to play it or
Live your
whatever?
life, man. Enjoy it.
Do you have one of those? You don't have to say what it is if you don't want to let yourself known, but like, do you have one of those? I don't know that I've ever seen you play some really fucking weird hand, like 10-3 suited, that I'm like, why is he playing this?
So
Because it's your
I
pet
want
hand.
to say it was like the second TCH stream. I blasted off with 9-3 a couple times.
Yeah, yeah.
That gets expensive though. So I try to limit it to like,
Have you reined that one in?
yeah. I mean like, it's more fun to 3-bet like Jack 8 suited or something than like 9-3 off. Because like,
Yeah.
you can still make a reasonable hand with Jack 8 suited.
Hey man, you can make a boat with 9 tris.
It's
It
true.
could happen.
It is true. I don't know. I think, you know, if hands are close to the bottom of the range that you would play anyways, you know, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, if you're in a spot where you usually play like 10-8 suited or better, and you play like 10-6, like you're not losing that much money. So
Yeah.
have fun. Like, you know, if 10-6 is your wife's birthday, you know, blast away. You're probably not losing all that much money.
Yeah. All right, 4 ways to a flop here. Unusual multi-way action here as Sparks will flop bottom set.
As usual.
Tyler top pair a gutty, Jay win a gutty, and Slicer a gutty to the nuts. So everybody with a little piece, but no one with very inspiring holdings other than Tyler here.
I think Tyler is considering a raise. Call is fine. Yeah, I think call is fine. I don't think that. Yeah, call is
I think
fine.
you generally have too much equity to raise there, because if you get re-raised, then you're just going to have to ditch it.
I don't think you really get 3-bet on this board. Like, even the sets, you know, Sparks isn't going to 3-bet here because, like, he runs into, if he has 8-7 off, he probably has 7-6 off. So he's running into 16 combos of nuts, plus the sets of 8s, the sets of 5s. And any hand that raises him is going to have, this would be the worst hand that would raise him equity-wise.
Yeah.
And, well, except for this one.
Ace-6, ace-7 of hearts, do you think you're just still going to call?
Jalen putting in a big squeeze here with the gutter, no backdoor.
Wow, this is finding some creative
Yeah,
action.
this is reaching for it for sure. I could see it with ace 6 or 7 with the backdoor. I think it's still pretty ambitious. Again, you run into a lot of nuts here in all the spots. Maybe Slicer raises his nut combos, but it's still pretty reasonable for Sparks and Tyler to have very strong hands.
Yeah, here comes the 3rd bet now.
Wow,
Sparks is going to find out exactly
I guess I
what's
was
going
wrong.
on here.
Oh, I guess Jaywin's not that deep. So I think he's just fine getting in against Jaywin.
Yeah,
And he
just
just
needs
like
to
shuts off everybody else's equity.
Yeah, exactly. Price them out, and now Jaywin is like, oh, this sucks because this is exactly how I can't continue in this hand.
Yeah, but like, it's fine. He doesn't. He's not folding a lot of equity, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he has, you know, ace three of hearts or something, and it's just like, oh fuck my life right now.
Yeah, sure.
Or not ace three of hearts, but like king six of hearts.
Yeah, Jwin is posturing a little bit, but
Yeah, this
we'll find the fold for
Yeah,
sure.
this
Just
would
going to do a
be-
little inventory to make sure that he does, in fact, have no fold equity whatsoever.
Just thinking about what the title is vlog.
How I piled it all
Yeah.
in with a bad gutty and binked it on the river.
Do it for content, Jwin. I don't know. If he actually has ace six of clubs, he's wasting our time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I
He like
feel...
just like he doesn't have the stack yet. So I should have folded.
So I think there's... I'm going to just go into, you know, alternate reality Jwin's mind
'Kay.
from my perspective, which is, okay, if my opponent ever does have some sort of combo draw hearts, then I'm actually ahead. And how much equity do I need to have to just pile all the money in and hope that ace high could ever win this? Right? Like, to think about it, let's give him credit for thinking about
Okay.
something in that spot.
Sure, we'll think about it, but think of all the action. That when Sparks put in the third bet, Sparks had bet, got called in position, got called by Slicer in the straddle, and then got raised. Like,
Dude, you'll get no arguments from me, but I'm saying to give him a little credit for what he might have been thinking about.
okay.
Put him on 8-9 of hearts or something, and then be like, how do I perform against 8-9 of hearts if we put all the money in right now?
Well, the eight,
Still not
the eight of
great,
hearts, you're right,
obviously.
yeah.
Like, ace high is a dog in that fight.
Right,
But,
so,
like,
like-
I'm trying to think of a world within which he's
Sure,
thinking
he either
about what
has-
hand he could beat.
He either has 55% or he has 10%.
Yeah.
So, you know.
But I mean, how many times does this happen? And maybe I don't know. Maybe you're different, but you'll have to tell me. Where like you get into a spot and you're like, I should just fold, and you're like ready to just throw it away, and then you're like, wait a minute, let me think about the hands that I can beat, and you start just like finding these fucked up combos in the tree to try to see if you can beat them, and then you convince yourself to call, and you get in some fucked up ass spot because of
I
it.
played a hand against JC. It was in a squeezed pot. I had ace five suited. Flop came 6-5-4, and I bet called like 3x pot shove on the flop. Convinced myself that he had a bunch of stuff. He had pocket threes. And we chopped it. But yeah, I definitely was not planning on getting, 3 or 4 times the pot in.
Yeah.
I bet the flop, but it happens. Talk yourself into shit.
Yeah. Jwin here going for the ambitious 3-bet, ace-6 off, picking a offsuit ace combo that is way down in the range. And Big Daddy Chaz is going to have to release as he had only backdoors working. And Jwin will get the job done.
Jwin is, he's here to play today. He's here to put some chips in the pot.
I think that's right. And I think there's, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't speak to his mentality exactly. But as the sort of six-handed table short stack, the onus is a little bit on him to like, how is he going to play his stack? Whereas the other guys are going to be playing very deep stack poker. And he's just like, I'm playing and I'm ready to play for all of it. Has seemingly been the sort of story title that he's, sort of posting here.
Yeah. I think he's just Jwin is definitely the type who likes to battle, he likes to mix it up. I think honestly I think lately the tougher the lineup, the more likely he is to get in there and mix it up a bit.
Yeah, because now that you tell me he's in Scientology.
Well, it's certainly entertaining to watch, and Jwin is just such a great guy, such a great character, and he's just gonna ditch this one. As Sparks will take his first walk.
JD asking for my take on the Will Smith slap.
I heard he has
It's a tough spot. Like, you got someone up there in front of 100 million people
no, but I heard he has
making fun of your wife's medical condition. Like, you know,
I haven't heard of anything he's
you might have to
done
get
in the last
slapped.
5 years.
Yeah.
That might be what it is. I mean, the guy still has to go home with his wife, who you know he obviously loves and cares about. This is probably something that's very stressful for her.
Oh, I didn't
He's
know.
still got to live his
Like,
life.
he has this
Obviously,
family
I'm sure he wishes he didn't do it.
image,
You know,
I love my
at
kids
the
so much.
Oscars or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
You know, like,
You know who else is like that?
Yeah.
Although he probably would not have done that if The Rock was hosting. The Rock probably would have made that joke, but I don't think he would have walked up and slapped The Rock.
Yeah. No, I think there has been. Well, obviously, it's spiraled into this massive thing. Everybody's talking about it and memes, and everybody's saying what would or couldn't have happened, and all these different things about whether or not it was staged or whatever, right? The one curious thing that I found about the whole thing, and obviously I haven't dug into this as much as some people have, but you know, they sort of zoom in on Will and his wife and the other people sort of seated there, and like as the joke is being said, like Will is actually laughing about it.
Yeah.
Jada is obviously not enjoying it. And so there must have been something that I missed. There was an off-camera moment on the clips that I saw in between Will laughing, Jada not happy, and then Will going up on stage. Like, what happened in that moment? Was Jada like, what the fuck are you doing laughing at this joke? That's my shit. And then Will was like, oh shit, snapped into protective mode. I don't know.
I think my take on this is like they all go there knowing that they're going to be on camera, right? You go to the Oscars knowing that like you're a part of the show.
Yeah.
If they're telling jokes about you, you know the camera's going to be on you.
You could tell
You know, if you've ever seen like comedy roasts or whatever, they show
Sure.
the people getting roasted. They're laughing. They know that it's part of the thing. They know that like cue up the fake laughter. They're talking about me.
Yeah.
Oh hey, you know, so and so has a small dick. Ah,
Yeah.
you know, whatever.
Yeah.
I think there was just that moment of like he's programmed himself to laugh at the joke, and then he was probably like, oh shit, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I think it
Yeah.
was just like that, and like maybe he looks over and he sees, you know, a hurt look in Jada's face. Maybe like the meaning of the joke just clicks.
Yeah.
You know,
Sure.
when he told the joke, like when I saw the clip, it was like a G.I. Jane joke. And, like, it didn't click to me. Like I don't really watch movies, so like it wasn't like immediately I was like, oh shit, like he really crossed the fucking line. And then when I figured out what it was about, I was like, okay, he really fucking crossed the line.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it
Yeah.
just took that like split second,
Yeah.
for everything to click.
Absolutely. All right, single raise pot here, and J1 is going to release on the flop. So, quick one going to go down there. Yeah, so, everybody here in the chat, hope you all are enjoying the show. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things here. So, that's just one of the things that's happening here in the, in the streets is talking about what happened last night. And if you don't like it, then I apologize. Hopefully you will enjoy the rest of the show. And
Stop apologizing, Aaron.
I won't
apologize
apologize.
when
I
you
don't
don't mean it.
apologize. No, I want everybody to be happy. So for anybody that is upset about us talking about things other than poker, we'll get back to the poker here before you know it. So
I mean, we talked
hang tight.
strategy for like an hour and 15 minutes straight.
That we definitely did. In any case, we will continue, and I do want to give a special shout out to my man Alex Guerrero. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the TCHLive team.
How like I love being bald.
Anybody else that is hanging out with us here this evening that has not hit the like button or the subscribe button, please do consider doing so. We always appreciate that. I have done both, so, be cool like me.
oh, for sure.
If I went up there and
All right.
I do support bald rights for both men and women out there.
What do y'all think about his speech when he won?
Bald rights. What rights do bald people have?
The right to live their life without judgment. You have hair, I don't. Like who gives a shit, right? Fuck off.
You have hair, I don't. Who gives a shit?
We're all just trying to enjoy ourselves in this world.
That is absolutely right. That is about as real as it gets, man.
Most likely coaching him on what he
And that's why I've always said, people that live a different life than you, that do things that you might find to be a little bit eyebrow raising or something, it's just like, what the fuck is that person doing? It's like,
that's what I heard.
I didn't like it.
Touched on all these
if somebody watched you for every second of your life, right? Like, you would be bound to do some shit that would make other people raise their eyebrows. Like, but you do it because that's who you are. That's what you do. And we should all just sort of embrace each other's weirdness, embrace our own weirdness, embrace just our own humanity, and try to be good, decent human beings to one another, especially when
I'm on
people.
board with this, but I don't appreciate you lumping baldness into like
You're
some,
fucking
some
weird, bro.
weirdo,
You're
some
fucking
weirdo thing here. All right, buddy. I don't appreciate that.
dude. Sorry, man, but no more apologies. I'm not sorry about
there
your
you go.
fucking shit.
Did he lose you as a fantasy? His caricature of the genie?
Oh man! All right, looking at the chip counts, we've got Slicer on 13.8 and Jay went down bottom 6.8 or so.
Now the question for Chris Rock is, does he get to monetize this?
Pierre's been
Like, does
pretty
Netflix
quiet so
give him
far.
a special?
I think it's probably just
Right?
fun.
Here's $40 million. Go to the special.
That card distribution, man, it is something else. Sometimes it feels like
Apparently he's
you're in
worked
some
very
sort of
well.
Twilight Zone episode. Did you ever watch that show?
I didn't
The
know.
Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
I love the Twilight Zone. The original one? It's
yes.
one of my favorite shows ever.
Yes. Okay. So, you know, for those viewers that might be unfamiliar with Twilight Zone, sort of a bunch of stories where like really crazy shit happens, alternate universe type stuff, aliens, whatever.
But without modern special effects.
Exactly.
All the special effects are
Like
things that
puppets.
you've done in 8th grade while, filming something on your camcorder.
Exactly. Anyways, card distribution can feel like that. It feels like you're stuck in like the Bermuda Triangle or some sort of fucked up alternate universe where like you're just being tortured forever, and this is your existence. I had this experience, not for the first time, but went down to Houston, played the 5K down there, and like every hand I played, everything that could go wrong in that hand happened. Hand after hand after hand, I like lost. Like every hand I played, there were maybe a couple pots that I won, and just always in the most like brutal, sickening, just like heart-wrenching way, and in like one of the biggest buy-ins that I play, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like when you experience that, and you kind of like walk to your car after like just a few hours of playing in like a great structure that's supposed to go on for 4 days, and you just toast already. It feels like the universe just like, grabbed a hot poker and rammed it right up there, man. Like,
Yeah.
that shit's brutal.
I'm generally not a tournament player. I play like 6 to 10 a year. This year I was on a pretty big downswing, played the main event, and busted before dinner of day one. And walking out there, I went straight to the bar. I was absolutely shit-faced by like they were still playing that day. And
Yeah.
I was absolutely,
You were just...
absolutely hammered, just absolutely obliterated. I think I was playing video poker at the Gold Coast.
Oh,
So
even
I
better.
got it right. Yeah, I was gone. Yeah, it was. I can definitely sympathize with that. It can be rough.
Interesting hand here. Sparks flopping second pair, Jay went bottom, and Tyler in here with a whole lot of not much. Checky here on the turn, as don't think any chips really went in on the flop either, or if they did, it was a tiny bet.
So this is a tough spot for Tyler, mostly because there are going to be so many hands that want to call one. There's so many hands that are like pair plus draw.
Yeah,
Right?
check through on the
like,
flop.
like Sparks.
Yeah.
So like, there's so many hands where you're just going to have to barrel twice. And he has a hand that is, it's okay, I guess, for barreling twice. He doesn't really interfere with the folding
Imagine
range
if rolls were
of his opponents, but
Having
hopefully
no
he doesn't
spades
just bet
is
one.
key, right?
Yeah, if he bets this turn, or bets turn, he pretty much has to barrel river here.
Yeah, I want to say that no spades is key. The fact that no betting occurred on the flop would open up some other lines as well. But yeah, it's just a shutdown there from him there at the end. Says, at this point, I'm going to have to bet so large that it's not going to really be credible. And
I mean, you can rep a bunch of two pairs there. You can rep Queen X. All that can value bet. I just don't think that betting the turn and giving up river. I think you're just like setting money on fire doing that. But I'm sure that Tyler has a plan, and maybe he thought that Sparks' check call range was stronger than was too strong to be folding very much on there.
we got Will Lottie joining us here in the chat. He is also going to complain. about his run down in Houston.
Lottie is complaining about Ace King. Okay.
Yeah.
Will, what are you doing? What hand do you want besides Ace King? You play
Yeah, but he
tourna-
lost with it, bro.
You play
Over and over and over
For
again.
fuck's sake, you play tournaments. Your whole tournament is based on Ace King.
This is true. This is true. All right, we got 3 players going to a flop here. Big Daddy Chaz with a couple of 7s, calling the original open from under the gun. Tyler here, the
Unfortunately,
original
we
raiser.
missed anything here.
Tyler, not going to bet here. This seems to me like King Queen is just sort of standard continue, even multi-way here.
No. You check these boards a lot. You run into a lot of sets. You run into Ace Queen, Ace Jack, draws, whatnot. I think that you want to bet a hand that has a bit more equity. You can double barrel.
Having a heart, maybe?
Having a heart for sure.
Okay, yeah.
The hands with the straight draws. I think you're not. So when you have the King Queen, you're not worried so much about the blockers because he just flatted the button. He doesn't have Ace King. He rarely has Ace Queen, but he does have a whole bunch of suited aces. Yeah, I think that C betting that board is probably over C betting because if you're betting that, what aren't you betting?
Doing this reading deprivation this week. You're not allowed to consume any media.
You're not betting kings and queens. That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
Right? Because you're going to want to bet all your flush draws. You're going to want to bet your gut shots, your straight draws. You're going to want to bet most of your ace X's at open.
Yeah, and I guess 7-6 is connected enough that your opponent's flatting ranges are going to connect with that, so that you're going to be up against
Yeah, so
even more hands that are just going to go for a call. And then are you really going to want to size up? But it does feel like a reasonable hand to continue a second streak. You have no heart. If your opponents are on hearts, then you can bet small on the flop. Maybe you get one caller, thin the field, and then they check to you again, and you just blast them for the. Was he first to act? Oh, he was under the gun, and he got called. Yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah, you get called so much on that board, and then you're just in a really rough spot where you have to double barrel with no equity
What day are you on?
meaningless problems.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you do pick up some sort of Broadway draw, that could have very well made your opponent 2 pair, and then you're really barking up a tree.
Yeah.
All right, onwards and upwards. Slicer here, gonna raise to 75 from the cutoff, ace-4 offsuit. No takers so far. Pierre, though, sticky player in the large straddle, will make the call. Be continuing with pretty wide range here. Don't quite have his cards scanned in yet.
Oh, that's interesting. I had no idea. I would have checked 12 times already.
Quick check over.
Oh, these things are happening in the world. It's all really interesting.
7 high board here. Definitely not the original Razors
I wonder.
board. 9 of hearts here on
I
the
wonder once
turn.
the initial
A little bit of issues with the action tracking, as it does show that Sparks is still in the hand. However, he is now smiling off into the
mind to never create
sunset.
that much meaning.
Clearly done with his hand. Checky once again. 4 hearts on the end. Does complete the backdoor heart flush draw. Slicer will pick up a pair of 4s, and
He might
you
have
gonna-
a spot to value bet. Yeah. He's going to think that Pierre's going to bet all those 9x, probably his 7x.
and all of his error.
Yeah.
So now you're
So,
targeting 2s and 3s.
I think the hand he doesn't really want to see is pocket 5s, but it's I think he just expects to have the best hand. He expects to have the best hand when called better than 50%. So.
Yeah. And that's sort of like the quintessential spot that a bunch of players, particularly at 1-2 and maybe even 2-5, where they'll just insta check behind and be pair of 4s, right? And it's sort of, it's instructive to see a spot like that where a good player will attack for a small sizing, right? Less than half pot, but there's value to be made there. The 4 can actually get paid by those 3s and 2s of the world. And yeah, your opponent's going to fold a bunch of the time, but you beat those hands anyways.
Yeah.
So
And you can mix
try
in,
to.
You can mix in some hands like Queen Jack that we're going for a check down, and you think that you have enough value bets on the river that you can start mixing in a bunch of bluffs. That just allows you to win more pots.
Yeah.
And when Pierre takes a line like that, he doesn't bluff. He checks all 3 streets. He's probably trying to get something weak to marginal to showdown.
I mean, like,
So
I
like
talk-
you
I
have
talk to
you
other
can
people,
value
but
bet thinly and you can bluff,
Like if I'm like,
you know,
in my
and
office
just
or
win a whole bunch of
stuff,
pots and steal a bunch of EV from Pierre. Just
Yeah.
make him have to call with
but I'm not
you know
probably not the
deuces and threes and stuff because you're getting enough.
Absolutely. All right, cumulative winning slicer, the biggest winner as of right now, 3.8K in the green/black.
Oh well, no, that's the whole point. It's never encouraged. What are you doing?
Will Lottie here trying to win a WSOP main seat. I missed something here, but
Oh, he said he's
what, playing on GG or something?
yeah.
Okay,
There was an even worse, like, you encourage yourself. Like, it's creepy.
right on.
You are so amazing.
So
Yeah,
he doesn't- oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to lament my tournament life these days. I mean, I had a couple of decent runs in the Austin tournaments, the last couple of those, so I can't really complain. But I don't know, man. Tournaments have always been my bread and butter, like the thing that have given me the most joy, and some of these tournament grinds recently have just been so taxing. Putting in so much like effort, playing like pretty much as well as I feel I can, and then just like running out of gas at like the worst possible time.
What do you enjoy about
It's just
tournaments?
painful. What about it? The thrill of the big score.
And psychologically, just tell your body.
Do you find that like in other parts of your life?
The thrill of the big score?
Yeah.
Or the excitement, the passion?
The thrill of the big score. Like you, just in our limited interactions, you seem pretty reasonable and pragmatic,
Okay.
so to speak. Do you think that do you find that you find thrill seeking in your day-to-day life, or do you think it's like a one-off for tournaments?
Interesting question. I guess it sort of depends on what's going on in my life at any given time, because there's sort of ebbs and flows about what sort of excitement there is. But yeah, I guess the general trend is that most days are just sort of the grind, and the tournament, where you could win a couple 100,000 is sort of the one shot at glory. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. Honestly, that's pretty much the only reason I played them as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm particularly good at them, and I don't prioritize the study it would take for me to get very good at them, but I do kind of like getting there and firing once in a while, and I hope that I've accumulated enough knowledge to be able to kind of work my way through it. Maybe have a big score.
Tyler here in a interesting spot. He is going to go for a raise. Cutoff versus small blind here. Queen 5 suited, obviously very speculative, just sort of splashy play here. If it was Queen 4 off, I would give it a lot more credit, but the King Queen suited
I don't think Chaz
for
was
Big Daddy
folding here.
Chaz, not going anywhere, right?
Yeah, Chaz is very sticky, especially when he has a hand with some strong equity. I'm a little surprised to see this as an open in general. I think it's a few pips too loose in a lineup like this.
Cut off six-handed. Yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, to me, it's sort of borderline. It's going to flop bottom.
It's
pair.
cut off, but again, there's 3 blinds, so there's one more range to go through. So you
Sure.
basically have to use your hijack range maybe, and then against a very tough lineup, I think I would just take this out of the range.
Certainly, I'm letting it go to the 3-bet.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Tyler says hell no. And, of course, in a 4-bet pot, you are going to bet almost range here, especially on King High disconnected high card board. Bets 500. Big Daddy Chaz makes the call. Jack of spades here on the turn. Chaz, natural check over to Tyler once again. And Tyler's got to be wondering what on earth has happened to get him to this point. However,
So
he does have a pair, which is something to work with.
he does. So I think if he bets again, he's looking to hit folds from hands like 8s through queens.
Wants to make sure he doesn't get blasted off of this with a check raise, so he's going to check behind. And off to a river we go. Not quite getting that scanned in here yet. Let's see what we're working with here
So
in a
I think
moment.
that is not a hand that Chaz wants to value bet, or a river that Chaz wants to value bet. I think it goes best as a check call.
I tried to sign up.
And now Tyler has seems to be a pretty slam dunk bluff. Queen is a card that he really wants to have. The 5, it doesn't do much other than it blocks bottom stack. It doesn't showdown for anything. Once Ace Queen gets here, he loses every time it's showdown except against Ace 9 of hearts. Yeah, so he chooses to check that back. I think that's a hand that he'll probably want to consider as a bluff later on. I just think that you just never show down well, and you have good blockers, and like you have to have some bluffs, and that just like seems like a very natural one, and one that like it fits the candidates that I'd want to have. Like you probably want to have a pair there, but like maybe Queen 10 would be a better bluff, but that shows down against 9s and 8s.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he has assumed that he somehow gets the river in this 4-bet pot with Queen 5. That seems like the best bluff to have.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but I'm gonna try to once again sort of mind meld with our player on the felt, which is like, what the fuck am I doing? How did I get here? I actually have a pair and have been checked to. Maybe there's some weird world where I can just stop putting money in the pot with Queen 5 and win this hand.
But what hand do you show down against? On King 6-5, Jack 10.
Yeah, but like,
pot.
I'm not saying that I'm not trying to say that this is the best thing to do, but like, he's already put a bunch of money in this pot with Queen 5 suited, and maybe just feels like this has gone too far.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but like, I don't think like if you're trying to play the hand as best you can for EV, like you have to bluff, right? We can all agree that like you have to have bluffs in your range in any given spot. I think that's a very important thing in poker. Is like you have to realize that like if you're ever value betting, you should have bluffs, right? That's how poker works.
That's the balance, anyways.
Right, it is. And you just have like this really good hand to bluff, even though it's accidental and you got there. Like, it doesn't matter that like you probably should have folded pre-flop. You put a bunch of money in the pot. Like here you are. This is your range. Your range is like
it includes Queen 5 of spades
yes,
right now.
The range is like 10s plus Ace Queen, Queen 5 of spades. Like maybe that's just your fucking range.
Yeah.
That's your best bluff, right? All the other hands have some showdown value, except for this one.
Yeah.
Like this one has a good blocker.
Well, you won't get any arguments from me in terms of your thought process. I was just trying to understand, like, maybe
I get it.
why you shut it down there at the end, because it's like, I don't know, maybe I beat some stuff, and I don't know if I want to try to bluff a dude when I have
and I'm not trying to throw
Queen
too much
5 shit.
shade at Tyler. Like, it was obviously, a weird spot to get yourself in. And those kind of spots are generally pretty tough to think through if you're not.
J-Win is betting, and Slicer's folding. That
J-Win tripled there?
is...
I think J-Win
No,
tripled
I think
off.
it was check on the turn. Bet check. If I'm wrong, then it makes a lot more sense why you would fold, because the triple makes a lot more sense for a fold. But if that was bet check bet, then I don't understand the fold.
So he thinks that J-Win is probably just showing down ace high?
Yeah.
So, like, if he's showing down ace high, he only has king highs and value.
Better pairs.
Yes, yeah. So, like, yeah, I didn't see the line. If it was a triple, that seems fine. Even bet check bet, like, people generally don't bluff as much in bet check bet, especially in that line where it goes like bet, scare card comes in on turn, check check, river is brick, bet. Those generally tend to be a little value heavy lines. We got my man Driver in this house.
Yeah, Slicer here holding on to the 4s, didn't give them back to the dealer, and we're just on to the next hand. As I say that in jest, of course, it is also entirely possible that this is a misread error. There is a glitch in the program where when our producer clicks the button a little too fast in between hands, sometimes it will reread the same hand. So bear with us if Slicer does not actually have 4s, but we will find out here shortly. J-Win does put in the third bet from the small blind, ace-9 of clubs. Slicer calls with what may or may not be pocket 4s. King, Jack, 3, couple of hearts, 1 spade. Jay win with betting lead and
This
a
one,
real bad hand.
yeah, this is probably, this one was, I'd probably just check this 100% of the time. This is a good board for Slicer's range. It's a good board for Jaywin's range also, but he has one of the worst hands any can have in this spot. So if he's betting this, he's probably just betting his entire range.
Yeah.
Gets a fold, and you know that's it gets the job done against the underpairs. Yeah, I that's probably a hand that I would start by checking. But you know, if his strategy is just bet his range there, you know, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are doing that. I don't know. I mean, this lineup is obviously quite a bit different than your average sort of 1-2-2-5 type lineup where you can get away with just sort of like auto betting certain flops, and people are just like snap folding 8s there, snap folding 9s, just done. They're just done, and they don't really care. They didn't make their set or whatever, and they're just or an overpaired to the board, so they're just done.
And I want to make a really, it's important to me to know here. I think all these guys are really good players. And I'm perhaps being a bit too critical, but it's only because I have so much respect for their game, and I'm trying to analyze them playing as well as I understand poker to analyze it. So like it's entirely possible that a lot of these guys are more studied than me, and their lines are, you know, they fit their game plan.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty much giving my opinion on how I would expect them to play or how I would play the spot myself. But I don't want anyone to think that I'm throwing shit at these guys. These are all outstanding players. This is an extremely tough lineup. I mean, you know, I have nothing but respect for these guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, same goes for me and all the games that I call and all of the potential, you know, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't recommend this type comments that I throw out there.
Self-motivation comes with that.
Pierre is going to flop the toppest pairs, second card pairs on the turn after a bet call flop. Tyler decides to slow things down as he cannot credibly continue betting when the 10 pairs on the turn. And Pierre goes for a large size there with the queen 9. I mean, that looked like he was setting up to try to push his opponent off of a better hand.
I think he probably just maybe missized it a bit, or maybe thought that Tyler didn't have any check raises. Not too many check calls would beat him, so he just wanted to put in a bunch of money against Queen Jack, assuming that or against Jacks, assuming that the better queens and the overpairs bet. And if he gets check raised, that's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. It is always funny how some of these spots, like there's a fork in the game tree where you can kind of see a path down one way, or even like from the computer's perspective, it's a pure mix. And then, but it has drastically different outcomes and very different feels about how you go, right? Like bet full pot with queen no kicker, or just like go check and see if you can try to get some value on the river.
So yeah, so when you bet full pot on that river, I think that you're also just going to check down, right? So
it's like I use the large size now to,
and then it's almost like he's over-repped his hand just a bit, but knowing that he's not going to do a 3 street, so may as well make the second street as big as possible and check it down and beat his pocket jacks and
all the smooth straws.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is certainly one thing that a lot of people I think miss out on, which is charging the draws while the draws are available. It's almost like one of those things where it's sort of like, let's just either make it cheap or check to the river, and then it's like, oh, cool, like my top set or my middle set didn't get coolered by a flush or a straight coming in. Now I'm going to bomb it, and like the draw didn't get there, so they just fold, right? But they would have put tons of money in to try to get to that river and get there.
It's a complicated balance. And, you mentioned how you felt like you were in the twilight zone where everything could go wrong. I've had sessions where it feels like I take the line that makes me the most, or makes me the least, or loses me the most in those sessions, where it's like, oh, I just could have check raised this flop and stack this guy, but instead it went, check call, check, four flush or something like that, and I
Yeah.
missed out on stacking like top two or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or you take a hand that you would normally check call and you check raise it and you just like stack yourself for no reason.
Yeah, yep. Big Daddy Chaz does bet the queen there on the end, and Jay Wynn will pay him off with the third pair. Yeah, no, some sessions are just a nightmare, and other sessions are that wet dream that you just want to have all the
Sunday,
time.
yeah.
And then you just sort of bounce around in between, and most of the time you just sort of go home and cook dinner and watch a show, and nothing really happened that day. It was just kind of an average day.
I'm going to
But
tell you a hand that I played against Jay Wynn, and I'm just going to leave it without comments.
okay,
We'll play the Tuesday game, which, if you guys aren't familiar, every Tuesday we play a 5-10 quarter game here, starting at 2. So if you guys want to play, come on down.
TCH Austin, that is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I opened from under the gun with jacks.
How many handed? Are we full ring?
We're probably 7 or 8 handed.
Okay.
A pretty tough lineup. Jay Wynn 3 bets like +2 to a pretty big size. I have jacks here.
Yep.
Comes back to me, I call. 8-3-3 flop. I check call half. Turn 9, I check call third. River's the jack. Check, check. Jaywin says I have bottom boat. Jaywin has eights full on 8-3-3-9 jack. I wasn't right for like 20 minutes. I had to take a moment to myself. I had to think back through the hand. I had to think if I accidentally exposed a card at some point. So
Oh my God, that
yeah, and we're
that's worse. I mean,
We
not
had-
really, but that feels worse almost.
we
than
had another
what happened to me.
4K to play, and the last bet was 450 or something. So yeah, he got me on that one.
Wow.
I was pretty much speechless for 20 minutes. I had to walk that one off.
Yeah, that one feels pretty bad. Well, if Pierre didn't have the 6-3 and Jaywin did, then perhaps we'd have that hand getting called. That is one of the pet hands that Jaywin likes to play, the old 6.
I think it's 5-3.
Sorry, what is
I
it?
think it's 5-3. I could be wrong. Or 4-3. No, it's 4-3.
4-3. Sorry, 4-3. 6-3 is Jay's stack. Jaywin is 4-3. You're right.
Sorry.
Tyler here.
What kind of commentator doesn't know his players' pet hands?
They're all very similar. They involve threes, so I get them mixed up. Tyler though is going to
Driver
make
with
the
a really
call.
big size here.
King high board, couple of clubs, 1 heart. Driver is working with 2 backdoors and the betting lead here. Stack to pot ratio a little over 6.
Yeah, so he's going to start here. I think he's choosing a big size.
600, 2/3.
That's a bit big on this board, but
Yeah, I think ace, king, king, queen generally are going to feel pretty comfortable betting 1/3 here a lot of the time. Tyler
Yeah, I
is
think
not
he's-
going anywhere.
I think the goal of this bet is to fold out some pocket pairs, but we'll see if Driver goes for the double barrel here. He's been playing around town for a year or so. He's definitely got a lot better as he's been playing more. He plays some really tough lineups. Plays short-handed. He and Pierre play a ton. He and Westlake Matt play a ton, 3- and 4-handed. So he's definitely down to battle, and not afraid to mix it up with the better players. And he's a very good player in his own right.
1.3K here. And Tyler is sort of sensing that something is not quite right here. Does have second pair, but double blockers for the flush draws. Of course, not that relevant with the 9s in a 3-bet pot, but slightly. Driver
So-
here is going to show up with just ace high on the river.
I generally don't see Driver bluff these spots too often. We'll see if he's able to pull the trigger here, but it sure looks like Tyler has a king.
And with the front door and back door missing, it's a really gross spot to rip it in and then have your opponent just show up with a king a bunch of the time, right?
Yeah.
Like you unblock king queen super hard, which is your opponent's just like natural king hand.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a spot that like maybe you get to check down against some flush draws, which there's not too many backdoor flush draws because of his large sizing on the flop. But maybe you get to check down against some front door flush draws that just don't want to bluff the river. As we've seen Tyler, like, he doesn't always bluff the river when he has a chance to. So
Yeah.
maybe he thinks he can check down sometimes. I don't hate it. It's a tough spot.
And we've all been there too, where you have the flush draw, you have the range advantage, you're betting, they're calling, you get to the end, you brick it, and you're just like, man, like,
So it's,
they're probably just snapping me with everything, and you just shut it down.
so driver goes with the smaller size here.
Yeah.
This deep, I would expect Sparks to always continue. Although 9-8 is a hand that you probably prefer 8-7, only because you run into ace-king on straights at a higher frequency in 3-bet pots. It's not a huge deal, but it's, when making these decisions, it's something to consider.
Yeah. Yeah, with the depth that these players have, though, obviously, like 9-8 suited just needs to see a flop, gets to play in position.
Especially against a smaller size that driver used. He went to 400 from 75 last time. He went to 300 this time. Against 400, it's a lot closer to a fold.
All right, continuing along here. Quick look back in the chat, see if I missed anything here.
Shout out to Doggy G for having a picture of a bulldog in his, what do you call that? YouTube. Your little,
Your like avatar
is that an
or
avatar?
whatever.
Yeah, your little avatar. Shout out to Doggy for having a bulldoggy.
Charisma and like how do you like navigate big parties and events? And he was like he was really big on doing power.
If you didn't know, they're actually the best breed of dogs.
Did it one time outside of
Confirmed.
a party.
Bulldog,
Mansions, and they
the
caught
best
him on
breed,
camera, and he got
confirmed by you.
Among others.
Oh, okay.
They're
Sweet.
very competitive in the AKC shows now.
Well, where the hell is Bulldog coin? I mean, why do we have all this Shiba Inu and
That's
shit?
even more. I mean,
Some
how
Doge?
likable
We need
are
some-
Bulldogs aren't scammers.
Bulldoge.
They're good. They're good loyal dogs. They're not scammers. They're
Oh.
not who's stealing their shit coin. They're being very lovable.
That's how we lose everybody is we start talking about crypto next.
Very good.
Crypto's
Shit,
blasting though.
it
That's pretty
is.
exciting.
Thank God.
No blasting so far. Raised to 75 here from Slicer on the button raise.
So
Two.
Jaywin's been 3-betting the small blind a lot. Let's see. I think Jaywin is just going with the strategy of he's not flatting small blinds,
Yeah.
which was a really prevalent strategy. Geez, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, pre-solvers, there was a lot of some of the prevailing wisdom was to not 3-bet or to not flat the small blind
Yeah.
because your hand plays better, folding out the blind's equity. Particularly when there's more behind you. If there's two blinds, you're more incentivized to 3-bet. So fold out the two blinds from coming in behind you. It'll have position on you.
Yeah, now Jaywin getting put in the awkward position of a fourth bet to a small size, sort of inviting him in. However, playing out of position with a small pair, you're going to miss the vast majority of the time.
Yeah.
And even if your hand is best, what are the chances that you're going to be able to withstand multiple streets of
So-
aggression?
So here's the thing: is like Jaywin has 3-bet, Slicer's open 3 times now. I think that Jaywin is the type to really give that a lot of weight, where he thinks that Slicer is probably more prone to fucking with him since he's 3-bet his previous 2 button opens. I think Jaywin weighs that. I know. I would assume that Jaywin would maybe factor that into constructing his ranges maybe a bit more than other people.
Yep. Check and a bet of 400 here, so 1/4 pot size bet.
Yeah, and I think this is just a really rough spot for Jaywin. A lot of Slicer's 4-bet range is going to have an ace in it. And even though the board is, very dry, I think he's just going to get when Sparks or when Slicer has the broadways for the back door.
Yep. Well, as is tradition here on the 2-5 stream, although I'm missing out on my friend David Pratt in the chat, let's do some gambling for some side wagers. Would you care to do one, sir?
Sure.
Do you have any TCHLive loyalty points? Are you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Can we just gamble on your roll?
I can. Do you want to take over or under 50?
Give me over.
You want the over?
Over, yeah.
All right. How much do you want to go for? 20 bucks?
Sure.
All right. Bones has the over. I got the under. That feels bad, but like if I lose, then I win, and if I win, then I win. Well, kind of.
I don't want to like.
I'm looking for a way to win here, but you got the over.
I saw a shirt this weekend. I think it's in Barstool. Life's too short to bet the under. I am 100% on board with that.
Well, I earned some
right.
loyalty points, and I lost $20, so I won. That was
Congrats.
that
buddy.
was my
What
that
are you
was.
gonna spend your loyalty points on?
I don't know. Razor blades for my wrists, maybe. I don't know.
Get myself a little Chick-fil-A with this.
Well,
Chipotle.
in 30 minutes, we're definitely trying this
Okay,
again,
yeah,
and I'm
right
going to
back.
try to get my 20 back.
My shop is always open.
All right, perfect. Ragnar here. Even when I win, I lose. Yeah, that's right.
It's a shame that 7 Deuce isn't on. Driver got it under the gun, and then Slicer got it +1.
Oh, that
That
could
would
have
have
been
been a very
spicy.
interesting spot.
Sparks, though, on 2 black 9s here on the button. Definitely good enough for a raise. 250 to go now. Jaywin, who was getting a little bit spicy from the cutoff, 9-6 suited.
With the, what do you call that, the Valentine's Day hand?
Big lick.
Nine of hearts?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hand
Yeah,
glove?
I guess.
don't know. It's got to have something.
Does make the call. Yeah, Jaywin very much here.
He's on it today. Jaywin came to play.
Yeah, he's like, you guys want to play these sort of narrow computer ranges? No, hell no. I'm here to fucking show you how it's done. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with this board in any meaningful way. And unless he realizes or thinks that this is like just not the 3-betters board and does belong to him.
I think if he had a heart, this is a hand that he could float, since he could put in some more chips on a 5, a deuce, a 6, a 7,
He has a lot.
a 9, a 10. But I think without a heart, he just it's gonna be too tough.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And that is sort of the tricky part, right? Like when we look at constructing hand ranges and thinking about why some hands are good and some hands are bad in terms of like what we're going to continue with in different spots. These double gapper type hands, they just so rarely connect with boards in a way where you're just going to be like happy to continue, right? And that's why like suited connectors sort of have this intrinsic value to people that have very little understanding of the game all the way up to the people that understand the game very well. Because the hand just sort of plays itself. It just connects well. You know the value of that hand most of the time. And you don't have to guess about, oh my God, like what's going to happen with this weird double gapper and finding some sort of gut shot nonsense.
Right. So they serve in a way that like allows you to have bluffs on a lot of boards
So when I was like,
where you wouldn't normally have
I want to
bluffs.
get
Like if you have 9-7 on 8-4-3 with a backdoor,
and I was like, I believe in Jesus.
it's difficult to find hands
like
that
it was
you want
weird though, my
to
parents would
continue with
But
against
then, like,
C-bets,
when I
right?
was,
Because
like,
like
13,
your overcards, like you end up getting cooler. Like let's say you have like queen jack or something. Like Sparks can very easily have king queen or ace queen, ace jack, king jack. All those hands where like you think you turn equity, you're actually just getting cooler. Like you think you're turning top pair, you just lose, right?
Yep.
So on the like the 9-7 there, you get all these cards where like now you have hands that where you can bet turn or raise turn, so you can slow play
We
yourself.
didn't baptize either, right?
It just allows you to have some bluffs when the bluffs aren't readily available. Like when you have like the backdoor and like the 3 to a straight. And I think the example that we gave is 9-7 is so much better there than 9-6, right? On the ace 4-3. 10-9, so much better than 9-6, right? And that's kind of where like hand choice comes in. It's like, yes, you want to splash around, but like when your hand is as bad as 9-6, like you just get much lower equity backdoor draws.
All right, Jay Wynn here, going to flop top pair, top kicker. Goes for the C-bet multi-way. Slicer, the only customer. Off to a turn. 4 of hearts. Slicer with a natural check over once again. And Jay Wynn should continue for value. And generally speaking, this is going to be a size up to 300. And Slicer will probably be able to get away from this without any further damage done. But we'll see how Jay Wynn plays this. Yeah, 275 and quick fold.
There's also the people who are like, I can do bad shit.
Yeah.
I'm always a little bit on
So what's your next tournament? So the Win has a thing in April.
I think it's kind of, like when I saw
What are they running?
They have a, I believe it's a 1K, 500K is their main event. They have a bunch of like $400 through $600 tournaments in April.
Okay. I do always enjoy playing at the Win. They have some of the best like ambiance. Just it feels like you're in a high class establishment. Like the servers, the
dealers
floor
are good
staff,
there as
the dealers, like everybody. It feels like they've got the cream of the crop, and that's where they're that's where they're working. So it does feel good to go in there. However, I haven't really run very well at the Win. And when I have played there, it feels like it's just like, why are there 7 regs at this table in one spot? Like, what the hell is going on?
That's the problem with those tournaments, is that there's so many tourney pros that live in Vegas, so they can play WSOP.com, play all the WSOP, play the circuits, whatever. Plus they get to play like the Venetians, the Wins. They probably tend to be tougher fields. But at the same time, I feel like you get a fair amount of recs that are just there on vacation want to play a tournament. Myself included. I went there last weekend, played a Venetian, just tornadoed off my chips in like 30 minutes and went and got drunk and watched basketball. I had like no intention on getting deep in that tournament. I just wanted to kill time.
Mission accomplished.
Run up a stack or just like out of there.
Yeah.
And I'd assume there's players who are a lot less experienced than me doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've got a fun spot for you that I'm going to bring up after this hand, and
Okay.
perhaps me running to the restroom as I feel that nature is calling. In fact, this is probably a perfect spot because it looks like it's going to be quick that I will be right back. So I'm going to leave Bones in charge. See y'all in a sec.
if you guys have any strategy questions, I am probably better equipped to answer those questions than randomly shout about TCHLive points or whatnot. So I'll do my best. Looks like here we have
Open gym and then they lock you in there.
say check down. No, on the turn.
See, like American church, though.
And we'll see if Sparks tries to value bet here. And I think that, or not value bet, I'm sorry. Chooses to check down the jack high.
I made it fun.
Which is fine. You know, you don't have to bluff every time you have jack high. And I think there's going to be a lot of hands on that board where you can just fire that have better removal and are less showdown value than jackpot. Yeah, A-Run is he's on that 55-minute turning bladder.
The button is correct. The
Sounds like a terrible life, but you know people enjoy it.
live $50 shroud.
So it looks like we got the 50 on. Pierre has been seems like he's been pretty card dead so far. So looks like he's gonna get down with his massage and mix it up a little bit.
550 with the boys.
Game selection, important as skill. You know, it's very important, obviously. You know, the key to winning is being better at poker than your opponents. So if you can find games where you are the best player, you know, you'll win less than a more skilled player would win at that lineup. But just being in that lineup probably ensures that, you know, you'll have a good spot where you can make some money. But at the same time, you know, you should always be trying to get better. You know, the more you develop your skill as a poker player, the softer the lineups look, so to speak, right? If you are a world champion boxer, you know, you'd probably be down to fight anybody, right? If you're not, if you're just a regular person, you probably got to choose your games a little wiser. So we see J-Win with a really big 3-bet here. And Sparks, I'm sure Sparks has noticed J-Win just getting absolutely buck wild in a small blind today. But it's a tricky spot where, you know, he can't really put in a 4-bet without having to call it off against J-Win. And he's got live ranges behind him. It's a tough spot for sure. I think that he probably thinks he's ahead of J-Win's range, but continuing is it's going to be quite dicey.
Yeah, do you ever feel like calling here to sort of, I mean, like the call is obviously not great, but you just stone no.
There's too many live ranges behind you.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you call, what are you hoping for? Like, are you hoping the flop comes queen high? You know, what happens on, you know, jack high boards? Are you calling down? I think that just 4-bet here is going to show, is going to make you more money.
Yeah, no,
I
I
think
agree. I
Sparks-
was curious.
This is generally, I think this is very standard for Sparks. I think that there's a lot of these spots where he chooses to 4-bet or fold instead of cold calling. You know, we saw that 9s earlier. He picked that hand to fold. He may be randomizing. He may not be. But you know, I think in this spot, Ace Queen is certainly good enough for a 4-bet, given how active J-Wood has been in small blind. He's 3 or 4-bet 4 or 5 times now.
Yeah, no, that
In that
is for sure.
spot.
Like when they
He's
get
chosen
older,
to be very
like,
aggressive
poker
throughout the
teachers
season.
back then, like interracial.
Well, now this is just a similarly awkward spot to where J-Win was previously when he did this with the 5s,
It's happening right now.
where it's like your hand
That when we're older,
could be good, and yet
and it doesn't have
you
to be
just
like,
really don't kind of know where you are.
He's just in a really bad spot against Sparks' range, right?
thinking 40 years and be like, that was fucking.
I don't think that J-Win gets hand updates. So almost everybody in this game, I assume, plays public. I think all the regulars in this game, we've played this so many times that like
Maybe you think like
I'm not looking up what J-Win had in some 3-bet pot unless I'm just like really
But I
fucking
think I have
interested in it, right? I'm not having
Yeah.
someone update me every time someone
together and I think
3-bets king jack off.
but I want to see what
Yeah.
you guys think.
And I think that J-Win is probably in the same boat,
The first comes to mind is like,
and Sparks is probably in the same boat. So I think that Sparks recognizes that J-Win's putting a lot of chips in the pot, even without knowing, you know, the exact
How do you
hand.
put it back in the box?
After this much time in the tank, do you think that there's some level of credibility that's sort of been eroded here? Is J-Win really taking this much time to think through his thought process with aces or kings, right?
So what does it matter? It only matters if Sparks thinks that J-Win is deciding if he wants to show 8s through jacks.
I hope you look like
Okay, this
I, I don't think that the problem is like I first see us just never leaving the house around the yard
gonna call.
and just like doing.
I think that it's
God,
it's a
so I
reasonably
don't know if we ever
complex
put it back.
spot, and I don't think that taking time gives too much away. I think your facial expression can give something away, but like Sparks took a minute or whatever to think about his spot, you know, and I think that you can do that with. I mean, Sparks. I really like Sparks, but he plays really slow. Not like brutally slow, not like Will Kasuf or whatever, but like
Yeah, sure.
he takes his time
Yeah.
for sure. So I don't think like him taking his time means anything in particular, and I don't think Jay-Win taking his time. They're both a bit on the more methodical side, so I don't think
Okay.
either of them playing a hand slow
Deliberately.
place gives away anything.
Sure.
Slow
Okay. Jay-Win does check it over. Sparks here now with 2 overs, no clubs or anything working, so he is just going to check back, see if he can pick something up on the turn, and the deuce of spades is not that. Jay-Win here now. I mean, this is a spot to jam for denial. Or
With less than pot, Sparks doesn't have to bet the flop, right? He can get the money in anytime he wants. So like if he has aces, he can get anytime, get the money in anytime he wants. If he has kings, like you probably want to deny, but like I don't think that Jay-Win has many cold call 4-bet hands that have an ace in them. Right? He probably just jams in ace king. Maybe ace queen, but ace jack probably just folds. So I think he just has a lot of pocket pairs. I don't think that a check back from Sparks necessarily means that he's capped at overcards.
But if you're Jay-Win, do you think that with the check back and the deuce of spades peeling off that you're in one of these sort of classic scenarios where it's like, I'm calling off if they put me in, so I may as well jam to be the guy sort of aggressing here, and, you know, maybe he just folds away
But he's not
his
folding
2
a better hand than
overcards.
eights, but you do get to pick up bluffs. So when you jam, you get called by the better hands. Whereas you can check call and catch some bluffs.
I mean, the numbers are.
Yeah, or
He's never folding a hand that Jay was never bluffing him off a better hand.
no, yeah, no, I understand that, but
So
just
I-
denying the equity from all the ace kings and ace queens of the world.
I don't think that equity denial is a huge thing on that board with that hand.
With only 1 card to come.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's
Well, what do you think about this bet here? Does river the straight, goes for 2K, so a little
I
under
think it's
half
just
pot.
yeah. I think he just expects it to check back. Like I don't think that he expects the overpairs to check twice. So like I think he just thinks that Sparks is. I think he's just gonna bet and hope he folds.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that.
Like, it's like everybody loves.
I think that a check there is maybe good.
You know, like
Try to catch some bluffs.
American.
I don't know. I don't think it matters too much.
No,
Yeah.
but it's true. It's like you go to Europe, no.
But yeah, that was one of the more interesting hands just in terms of the complexity of like what on earth is going on here, because
It's a
you
very
don't generally see those 2 hands sort of running into each other in that manner.
right, and you know, 4-bet pots are pretty tricky, especially when one of the players can have some slow plays.
Go farther. You go to England.
They get into like some really narrow ranges.
Which
And it-
4-bet pots just by their very nature are pretty narrow, but
Right.
we've seen Jay-Win obviously adding quite
Right.
a few hands to the
Right.
4-betting range.
Exactly. And I think that he probably thinks that since he's been so active in small blind that, you know, maybe 8s is a little high up in his range to want to fold. I just think that's an extremely tough spot against a really talented player in Sparks out of position.
Yeah.
Personally, I wouldn't try to navigate, but, you know, J1 made it work.
Helps
You
when
know,
you
props to him.
helps when you flop jack high, which is just like
Yeah, and it's
never good for your opponent. Like, yeah, they can have some overpairs, but that's about it. Yeah.
the jack high flops are probably a little better for his range. Like it's Sparks still has all the overpairs, and J1 doesn't have them full. So like it's still he still has higher equity and a higher EV, but like compared to the other flops, like that's a reasonably good one.
Very interesting hand here. Pierre just deciding to call instead of 3-bet his 8s. Driver, Tyler also getting in the mix. Tyler, perhaps the most curious of the decisions here, just calling from the big blind with 2 queens. Slicer, the original raiser here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Tyler didn't squeeze here. Pierre's non-squeeze, I think, is fine.
Yeah, after it was already raise, call, call, right? I mean,
Another one?
no, I guess
Yeah.
driver limped? How did this happen? Slicer was the raiser, wasn't it?
I think Slicer 3-bet. Driver open, Slicer 3-bet.
Oh, open 3-bet, call,
Yeah,
call, call? Wow.
So maybe Tyler doesn't want to get in a 4-bet pot.
No, but I ain't
And
drinking
gets Slicer out of position.
Yeah, I think I did.
And decides that he wants this 4-bet range to only be like kings plus ace king and bluffs. And then he wants to have, like he cold called the
You know what?
king queen suited before, right? So he's cold calling queens. So he wants to have a wider 3-bet cold calling range, right? So if he wants to have hands like king queen, he should probably have some hands like queens in there. So he's just like not getting completely, run over.
Yeah, really signing up, though, for a multi-way nightmare. And while his hand is still best and unlikely to be folding to this bet of 375 here on the turn, this isn't really the board you want to be battling with. Of course, you're not going anywhere, and the bet size is relatively affordable, or very affordable. So nothing to be concerned about just yet. Pot does swell to 2K.
8 would be pretty nasty.
7 of diamonds is still very connecty, and Pierre is going to pick up the runner straight, similar to J-Win on the last hand. 8s are good, is story of the night.
They are. Is Steam Dolo still around? I haven't seen him.
I saw the man once in the last couple of months. It's been a while for me as well, but
I haven't seen him.
yeah, not the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, number 1, but the 8 of hearts, 8 of clubs, which is like, I don't know, number 5 or some shit. Still getting the job done, as it does make the straight. And after betting the turn, he's going to check the river. And Slicer here on queen high. Do you just shut this down with queen jack of hearts, or do you go for some sort of blasty?
So he's got the worst hand in his range, right? So it's unfortunate he doesn't have a diamond. But he's got the bottom of his range. He can still have, I guess he can still have 9s full as a slow play. He can have nut diamonds to check back.
Tyler folds the queens with no problem. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that should have required a lot of thought, but
Yeah.
he's
So-
just sort of like, nah, bro, I'm
Yeah.
done.
And Pierre recognizes that like his hand is too strong. That's fine. So maybe Slicer thinks that they always bet their diamonds and boats on the river, and flushes are somewhat unlikely in a 3-bet pot. So maybe he just decides that he's got to give bluff. He doesn't need to have a diamond.
Gotta hashtag him.
And if he doesn't have that many hands with 1 diamond, then he has to choose some bluffs that don't have diamonds.
Yeah. A couple of interesting spots here, that is for sure.
If he
All
has
right.
like jacks with a diamond, then he probably just slows it down.
Will Lottie here in the chat says one of his highlights from Houston was getting number 1, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, and sucking out on king. Well, that's how you do it sometimes. Well done.
Nadia, they're playing in the bottom of his range. Get it done. Oh, we got the Malibu in the house. The Malibu man is in business.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so here's this spot from the 5K.
Okay.
You've been playing with the brand new table
Okay.
for half an hour.
Okay.
There's one guy at the table who has very clearly announced himself as being a complete maniac with no regard for the fact that this is a 5K buy-in.
Okay.
Lost a big hand, and the very next hand is all in blind for 25K on a 50K starting stack. You're under the gun, and folds to you, or you fold, whatever. But he's all in. Like before the cards have even been dealt, he announces it. He puts all the chips across the line, whatever, right?
All right.
Fold under the gun. You don't have nothing, whatever. Next hand, he announces it folds. He just wins the blind.
Yeah.
Now you're in the big blind. He does the exact same thing. Folds to you. You look down, and you're on a starting stack.
Let me give you a range here without telling.
There you go, Big
So
Daddy.
he's shoving half a
Remember
stack,
that one time
right?
with the
Shoving half a starting stack. You're on in a 5K buy-in, and you're on 1 buy-in. You're not playing anymore.
Big Daddy every single time, right?
And you're now in the big blind on a starting stack.
Just call him
Yeah, right. That's
Any ace.
yeah. That's what the second comment should have been.
Honestly, I'm probably just going to use my
Daddy works just
UTH ranges, my Ultimate Texas Hold'em ranges. Although probably not calling Queen 8 off. I'll probably just call pocket threes, any ace, King 4 suited, Queen 9
So
suited.
to you, you're taking straight equity. You're not even concerned about the fact that like.
What's your edge in a 5K?
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like
It's not
if this
huge.
Is, if you're playing one bullet at like, you know, a $300 tournament here, like yeah, you'll probably get a better spot than Queen 9 suited against a blind hand. But like in a 5K, I'm probably just taking whatever edge I can get.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Big Daddy Chaz here. Let's just take a look at this hand real quick. As driver, flop top pair, turned top trip. We're gonna go checky on turn and river, and Chaz is gonna show down the best hand on a 4 flush board here with Broadway.
so maybe King 4 suited, King 8 off. Just tweak the UTH ranges like a couple few notches for like
Okay.
edge or whatever.
Okay.
So yeah, I would
The best I've heard is
like you're not out of the tournament. You lose half your stack, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, if
you're
they
not
can perfect-
you're not going to get this opportunity again. Like he's going to shove blind, and someone else is going to call him.
Yeah.
And then when he doubles up, he's not going to shove blind anymore.
Yep.
So like this is your opportunity. It's not going to come up again. You get to. He's shoving what's effectively worth 2,500, right? It's half a buy-in.
Yeah.
I tasted some like
Assuming no edge, it's early in the tournament.
Yeah.
There's no ICM. So someone's offering to shove, 2,500. You get to look at your cards. It's probably not going to happen again. Take the 55+% equities hands against a random hand and then call them.
I know that.
Yeah.
Will be my second.
Yeah. So folds us.
Okay.
We're in the big blind. We look down at ace jack off. We snap it in.
Obviously.
He has queen jack off and hits a queen.
Bad beats.
So, like within the first half an hour of the tournament, I'm playing a half stack.
Okay.
Very next hand, he jams it all in blind on 50K plus stack. Now I'm in the small. Folds to me. Ace 6 off.
Done. Let's go.
I folded, man.
Aaron, what the fuck?
Dude, I had just gotten fucking owned by this guy.
Kristen, cut the feed.
Listen.
We're done here. We're
Listen,
done here.
I'm telling you, man. I had just gotten. I was like,
This is how look
just
at Sparks. This is how I
demoralized.
feel right now. How Sparks looks. I just want to put my head down.
Ugh.
You get you against all odds. He doubles and he still goes blind again. All right, whatever. So obviously you folded.
I wanted to, right? Obviously, but now I'm in the point where now this is in the 300 blind level. I've got freaking 80 blinds, and I can either go broke for 80 blinds, and this is it. I'm out of the tournament because I'm only buying in once,
Okay.
or I can continue playing and not put it all in with ace 6 off in a random flip to try to get back to a starting stack, which is meaningless for the fact that I have 80 bigs. So I fold.
So you folded, and then you took your 80 bigs and your massive skill edge in the 5K, and then you ran it up in your final table, right?
Listen, let's definitely be results oriented about this.
I'm saying that like it's not results oriented. Like you had a spot, you passed it. That's fine. But the assumption was that you were going to get all these better spots, right?
No,
has to
the assumption was that when someone shoves blind into you for 80 big blinds, but you don't go broke, you can call with a bunch of these hands because like, let's see what happens. I'm not going to lose the tournament, but like, right? And this is classic game theory, which is like, how do you approach this situation? And I don't mean like actual robot game theory or like how to solve the game. I mean like, what do you do? Is the glass half full or half empty, right? Like how do people, if I give you 1,000 to 1 on this amount or 10 to 1 on this amount, like how does that influence your decision? So now I'm in a spot where I could go broke out of the tournament because I'm just playing against 2 random cards. I'm not even playing poker. I'm just literally turning cards over for 5K.
But like,
You're in for 10.
why did you sign up to play the tournament?
Like, how do you, in the next 15 years,
You said earlier the thrill, right?
how do you
The
deal
thrill,
with
yeah.
Okay.
they get
And to try to win money, and to try, and I had backers, so I felt some
Right.
obligation to not be like, yeah, sorry guys, I called this guy's blind all in twice
You
and
should
I'm out.
if they have an issue with that, you should get
I'm
new back.
probably more of
No. So okay, the factoring in was mostly just the fact that it like
I'm gonna give you a safe place.
I
the
get
guy
it.
was also a shit talker,
Okay.
so he needled me really hard after he beat me, and then was like, I'm all in again. This is your chance again. And it was just like, it just felt like there was all this fucking nasty energy being directed at me, and it was just like, fuck it, man. I'm gonna play poker and I'm gonna try to win on my own fucking skill, not just flip against this maniac that doesn't give a shit about 5Ks.
My wife's little brother.
And I can see that you're disappointed in me, and that's fine.
And my wife's
As
I'm
flopping
so,
top
like-
pair here for driver Pierre. Sorry.
so like you're playing the tournament to make money, right?
Yeah.
Like you're a professional poker player. You are basically a professional tournament player, right? That's
Sure.
that's your specialty, right?
I just
So
heard a
you
lot
signed up
of,
to play this tournament to make money.
of course we've been on one day.
I can't think of too many better opportunities than someone shoving blind
shoving.
and you get to call with ace high, and yeah, like you don't win the tournament by folding down, right? You have to win to win the tournament. You have to win all the chips. This is how you win all the chips. People punching off stacks. It's not like grinding out these like really small edges. Like, oh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
pick quarter instead of 3/4 on the turn, and that's gonna be my edge over this guy. It's like, no, it's a 5K. Other than this guy, like the regs are gonna play really well. Like the better players, the better tournament players, in the Houston, Dallas, Austin area, we're playing this,
Season 2 is like really
right?
Yep.
I just don't think that you find that many better spots. And like, if you want to justify it by saying like, I drove to Houston, it's a really big tournament, I really want to play this 5K. I get that. That's fine. Like that's how you want to. This is your leisure time. But I think as a professional, like you have some obligation to make like the highest EV play you can in the moment. And I don't think that like folding and trying to ply your edge, over the course of the next like 3 days. I don't think
To
that
be
whatever
fair,
edge you have-
everyone else at the table, aside from one guy, was just a spot.
Nobody else was.
No, there was 1 euro to my right.
Uh-huh.
Everybody else was like in the half hour had already identified themselves, just playing their hands pretty much face up.
Okay, but face up is still better than blind, right?
Sure. No.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
and
like-
then to be fair, I folded this hand and then played my 80 bigs or whatever and just lost every hand against these guys anyways.
Yeah.
But like again, not being results oriented. So I hear what you're saying, but here we are in a 4-bet
Yeah.
pot, so let's take a look.
So this is a pretty interesting spot here. Tyler going with the let's see, Sparks under the gun. Tyler with the +1. That's an ambitious 3-bet for sure.
Oh, heroin.
Opioids, all any
Yeah, dude, that's
because just
Nice
because you're
fold by
into
Sparks.
yeah.
everybody just fucked up.
Yeah, I think Sparks
One of the
really
big
has
changes on the last, like when I was in high
a
school.
good feel for
so
these
I think,
3 and 4-bet
2004.
spots that are coming up.
Maybe I was just too nice, but like,
Well,
I know Sparks has played
I didn't
a
think
good
drugs
bit
was
with
nearly
driver.
as rampant as it is now. It was
Sparks
like
is playing a lot more these days and
like,
become
when I think about drugs
more of
back
a
in the
regular
It was like cocaine was the extent of
in
it.
some of the higher stakes games that
Weed
the
was
driver plays
probably
quite a
the
bit.
more,
So I think he probably has a pretty good feel for driver's range.
But it wasn't until like second or third year of college. When
The other
all of a
aspect
sudden it
there,
was like,
harkening back to something that you said earlier, where the EV split between your different plays, right? It's like pocket tens is a very good hand in a vacuum, and yet given the action and the way things have played out, you start to look at these very minimal gains from playing it one way or the other. And it's like, if you just fold now, yeah, EV is 0, you lost the $600 or whatever you had in there. And then if you continue, who knows what could happen, right? Like you're either going broke or stacking a guy, like you just don't know. And that's like a 50-50 at
Right.
best.
So I think that the better you are at navigating post flop, the more hands you get added into your range. Just like in theory, right? The closer you can play to perfect, the more hands you can play. So if you're just not comfortable with the spot, like let's say that he thinks driver is a pretty tight 4-better, and he thinks that Tyler's 3-bet if his under the gun open is going to be on the stronger side, then yeah, tens is going to be really awful playing sandwich between these two.
Driver does bet the turn after check on the flop. Does take it down.
Yeah. I like Sparks' play there, and I think that he has a really good grasp on like how to play these spots. I've mentioned it before, but that's one of the spots that I really respect his game on, is playing these kind of tricky spots in these full ring games where the ranges can be sometimes really wide, sometimes can be really tight. You know, we saw he went for it with the ace queen against J-Win, but folded the tens against driver.
Yeah, the tens and the nines, and I think there's something to be learned there just from the casual listener / watcher as well, which is when you have these sort of middling type pairs that really want to see a flop, but at the same time, you're like after the action goes 3-bet and even 4-bet, your hand is really no better than like deuces, 3s, and 4s. It's sort of like, yes, it's a better pair and it feels like it has more equity, and it probably does. But at the end of the day, like you're either playing it to hit a set because you're up against a really strong narrow range and you're not going to be the better. So you're not going to have the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace kings of the world, right? So like you're already at a disadvantage from that respect. And then like how often are you going to see like a 6-high flop and be like, cool, let's put all the money in and like still love your life? That none of those things are going to happen. So you're always playing at a disadvantage. Sometimes you just have to be like, this is a beautiful hand, pocket tens. I love this hand. It's a great hand. But like, cool, fold, and not lose any sleep over it. Not be like, oh, but I could have and I would have and I gotta and whatever. Just like let that shit go.
Right, and like we talked about before, it's like it's not just your whole cards, but it is the whole cards plus the action around you plus the position.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's a spot where, like, obviously pocket tens is a great hand. There's nobody who doesn't think that pocket tens is a good hand. I mean, even Lottie would admit pocket tens is a reasonably good hand, right?
I don't know. Let us know here, Lottie, since
Lottie,
you're in the
what do you think
chat.
about
Pocket tens, how do you feel? Pocket tens would be a great hand on this flop, as we've got queen 10-10 out here. Slicer, up and down straight draw, and Pierre, top pair, second kicker. Check, bet, call here. Pre-flop raise to 150 and a call. 3 of hearts here, meaningless turn card. Either player holding a heart. Pierre will check once again with the top pair. Slicer here, generally speaking, has a fairly standard continue, but can also check back and realize equity. Especially
I think he's more likely to check back on king, or on a if he has king jack. It has a bit more showdown value. It has the overcard. This one, you want to fold out some of these other hands. Although I guess,
like, I don't even know if pocket 8s, pocket 7s are folding though. So it's starting to get a little bit.
it should fold.
hairy.
Pocket sevens should probably fold in the turn.
For 300.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think pocket sevens should really bet flop too much. Maybe you can call, but then it's like when you call the turn with pocket sevens, you're just like you're asking to get barreled off of it on the river. Again, like if he has pocket sevens here, like he just has to fold here.
Yeah, snap call here from Pierre, and Slicer will say jack high.
That's played by Pierre.
Yeah.
It's good to have some queen X in your check call range. Makes for good blood tracers, especially against guys like Slicer, who he's definitely not afraid to bluff and not shy about finding bluff candidates. You know, we've seen that pretty much all stream.
All right. Mr. Will Lottie has spoken. He says 10-10 is great, at least until all the overs come on the flop. You gotta love it.
Always a glass half full. You tournament guys, you just end up hating every hand. You hate jacks, hate tens, hate ace king. You busted some tournament from some guy shoving 5-3 off or whatever.
Yeah, so, I mean, I do think that the Slicer here, he's going to go ahead and raise to 150. This is a $50 straddle here from Big Daddy Chaz in the Malibu bottle. So there's definitely something that I know about myself. One of which is that when I play a little bit out of my depth, which is like 5Ks or not,
Right.
like I'm not rolled to play 5Ks all the time, so I don't. If I can sell enough action and go like fire a bullet, like I'll go do it, and I feel like I'm competent in that field. Like, do I have some massive edge? No.
Right.
But like I
It's
know
just-
a lot of those guys. I've played with them a bunch, right? Like I see just infinite faces that I know. I talk to these guys. They're players that I know.
Let's just phrase it like a tournament where you had to make arrangements for it. Whether it is travel arrangements, where you like a tournament you really
Yeah.
wanted to play, you travel for it. Whether it's backing, whether it's whatever, doing a bunch of swaps. Like a tournament that you don't just go and fire. One that you make special arrangements for.
Yep.
Okay, continue.
And so when I go and I have like the mental preparation, which is like, all right, this is something that I'm stepping out of my bounds for, or a little bit, shot taking, right? Like this is something that I'm going for. The preparation for that, the mental state that I'm in for that is like, all right, like how do I maximize like what I'm doing here? And when some spaz just like puts all the money in blind, I'm not prepared for that, right?
Yeah.
In the moment, I was not prepared for it at all. To be like, cool, I could be out of this tournament in under an hour. When like I was preparing to play for 4 days to win this tournament, and
Let's
ace-6 off. Really?
let's put a pause on this. real
Please
quick. Really interesting spot. Sparks 3-bets the 10-8 off from the small blind against Slicer's open.
Wow.
Checks
What a river.
checks the King Jack 9. Presumably he's checking almost all of his range here because it's a really good board for Slicer. Goes with the check call, and I think he expected Slicer to fire the river there. Obviously, if he checks.
Wait, 10
Jack?
Jack? That's not 10-9. That's 10 Jack.
Oh, okay.
So we had
That
a
makes more
misread
sense.
there.
So looked like he had Jack 10 of clubs there, which makes a lot more sense than 10-8 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially out of position against a guy like Slicer. I know that Sparks and Slicer have played a ton online. They both have a ton of respect for each other's play. 10-8 off would be wildly out of pocket there.
Yeah, that would be like, and fuck you, buddy.
Yeah.
Like,
So
eat
that makes
this
a lot
one.
more sense. And the river check also makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. So, as many of you know, if anyone doesn't, the issue that we generally tend to run into, which is when the dealer pitches the cards towards the 1 and the 2 seat, the scanner can pick up sort of the neighbor's card, right? Like you're pitching the card to the 2 seat, it drifts over the 1 seat scanner, and it can get registered there. So sometimes we do have some crosstalk there in terms of the holdings between the 1 and the 2, or the 9 and the 10. So that must have been the case on that one. All right, folds over and around to Big Daddy Chaz after Slicer opens the hijack to 150, Queen 10 offsuit. Couple of quick folds, and we are going heads up to a flop. Slicer, the pre-flop aggressor, and Chaz gonna be first to act. Ace high board, natural check to Slicer incoming.
I think this is pretty obvious bet here. He's got a lot of cards working barrel. King, a jack, a 9, queen and 10 are good sometimes.
And it's super disconnected, so there's really not a lot for Chaz to have other than just some sort of middling pairs, 8-9, 8-10,
You have a bunch of
8-7,
ace X's.
and yeah, and of course the top pair.
So I think this is kind of a card where I don't think he's going to want to bet again. Chaz has hands like ace X, and then some hands that are like 8-7. The 8s that he has, 8-7 is a good portion of them, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and barrel.
It's actually a good game. Going to double OT.
Yeah, this may be taking a
I saw a video. Of you
lesson from Jaywin's book, which is just
Yeah.
give him the business, man.
Yeah,
Just
sometimes.
lay it down, flop it out.
Maybe he thinks that he doesn't have a ton of natural bluffs on this card, so he's gonna add in some hands like Queen 10. He could also just be saying fuck it.
right after.
Fuck it ain't working though, as Big Daddy Chaz will go for the second check call and a king of hearts here on the river.
This is.
Not fair.
Crazy, they can even get to the.
I don't think that
This, it's like fucking
Slicer would try to get
The
away
way they
from
do
these
it, they
X.
do it in that video. It's hilarious.
But if he did, this is, I guess, the card to do it. Although
WNBA pros.
it reduces the combos of ace king.
Yeah, like they can make shots.
Yeah.
Like college and
I mean, this is like 1.2K or nothing.
Oh, he can overbet here. Yeah, I think he's gonna go for the overbet.
7 bets.
2.1.
Blocking ace queen, blocking ace 10.
I like watching.
Yeah, I think this is a board he wants to overbet for sure.
Yeah, quick call though, and
So
no
all
good.
the bluffs are gonna get paid off here.
Yeah, so Big Daddy Chaz here, presumably something ace 10, ace queen, or sorry, ace jack.
The big bet makes a bit more sense. So when he bets that big,
Ace 7.
yeah.
Oh, 2-pair even. Okay, easy call.
So I think when he bets that big, he's repping ace queen plus. I think if he has like a hand like ace jack, he can go a little smaller.
Yeah.
So he's just repping like, I have a really good fucking hand, deal with it. And you know maybe Chaz wants
This
to
is
come
my
back.
board, bitch. Like, get out of here. Yeah.
That's what a lot of these overbets do. Is like you're just telling them like, I have the nuts in my range. You don't have the nuts in your range. Fucking deal with it. Like figure out how to deal with it. And when you get into spots where like your betting range is just really strong or checks, then you know it makes sense to go big, right? If you're the only hands that you're betting are really strong hands and bluffs, then you want to just go really big. Like that's a very fundamental part of no limit hold'em. It's just like when you have a polarized range or when you rep polarized range, you bet really fucking big, and then they can deal with it, and then you just steal a bunch of pot share from them, right? They just have to fold a bunch, and when they call, you know, some percent of the time they just let it go.
Yeah. All right, Jay Wynn here, hijack open at 150. So far, no takers. And over and around, though, driver letting go of the king 4 suited. Slicer will defend. Queen tray suited. Flops top pair. King 4 of clubs would have found a juicy little club flush draw, but Jay Wynn
It's a
here.
reasonable fold against an under the gun open. Yeah.
I mean, sure, but I think it's sort
When
of.
you're not closing the action. Like if he was closing the action, I think that'd be one thing. I
Sure.
don't think that you can. I don't think you can cold call king 4 suited against under the gun. when
Single
you're not
raise
gonna be a
pot,
heads-up
but sure,
pot.
yeah, no, you're not wrong. 10 of spades here on the turn changes nothing for the holdings out here. Slicer is still out in front, and Jay Wynn still with a range advantage and a gut shot to Broadway. Is going to check behind, realize his equity, and it's an ace. There you go. Realize that, bitch. Slicer not going to love this. Should just be checking.
I mean, like they can't dunk.
Yeah.
Like not one.
Suppose you could put a block out here for 100.
I don't understand this.
You compare them like that though, in like every NBA player.
It's I don't know what Jay Wynn has to call him here. Like the point of the block is to get some hands like maybe pocket 8s or pocket 9s to call you. But I think like ace X is just too big of part of Jay Wynn's range for this. But I mean, you know, Slicer's an outstanding player and far more studied in these spots than I am. So I'm not going to default to saying that he's 100% right, but like he's not the type of guy to take lines that he doesn't put on. So,
He is only going to get called, and you could call that a win in some respect, as if he had checked and Jay Wynn had bet any more than 150, he would have gone for the check call.
maybe.
So, yeah, it's one of those spots where, I don't know, sometimes I definitely don't think this is the game to do this, but I have found the small block bets on the river with hands like this can get you these sorts of results where your opponent is just like super biased to just like calling the small bet 100% of the time, or like we're definitely going to bet more than that.
Right.
And maybe they weren't even thinking it through as to why they were betting more with their ace-8 or whatever. But they were just gonna do it.
Right.
And you were gonna be like in a weird spot to try to call with your second pair at that point.
Yeah.
So,
but so to
in
me,
this game, I don't think it
right.
applies.
So to me, that's assuming that you're going to lose more money. You're going to lose more money by taking a check call line than a tiny bet fold line, which like, I just the game conditions like have to be right, and I think the board has to be right, and I think that an under the gun open when it goes bet check bet and the river's an ace, like they just have an ace a lot. Not bet check, but bet check check, and then your first act they have an ace. I just think they have an ace a lot.
Sure. Which, I mean, honestly, when I get to these spots in the games that I play, it's usually more like about like 50 on the end.
Yeah,
because
that's
then
fine.
it's just like so small that they like roll their eyes and just call it with
Yeah.
the ace, and you're like, cool, yeah, no, I was going to call way more than 50.
Right, but you also have to be pretty confident that like they will pay you off with like pocket 8s or pocket 9s at some point. Otherwise, you're just like tossing $50 into the abyss and thanking yourself that you didn't throw $100 into the abyss.
Sure.
Right, like if you make a value bet on the river, you have to feel like you're going to get called by the worst hand. Otherwise, you're just, if he has a worse hand and he's not calling that, then he's just folding and calling you when he has it. So you're just setting $50.
I mean, you're not wrong, and at the same time, it depends on
For your
how.
line to make sense, he would have to be bluffing that ace and a frequency that makes you really uncomfortable.
Vietnamese guy.
And for a size that you're not going to love.
I don't even think it's the size. I think that like he has to be.
Well, the size and the frequency are going to fucking multiply to make the uncomfortableness real.
I would like to see how it would look.
Yes, I guess, but like, okay, if you think your bet is worse than we're going too far. That's fine.
I mean, obviously, those are the two things that you have to multiply together to get, like, what is the actual, like, pain that you're going to suffer. So that's the relevant quantities.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, you're really just gauging what your opponent is going to do in any given moment. And most of the time, I think, at stakes like these, you're just not going to get some, like, tricky little block bet to, like, function as like, oh, I just shut down some massive like leak that was going to fuck me up, and somehow bailed that out.
I think Jaywin is a pretty thoughtful player and capable of playing that spot pretty well. But, you know, again, like I said, Farmer's an outstanding player, and it's possible that he's just studied this spot more than I have. That's something that works for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Mo the Cat here says, range wars do not work against players that do not think past level 1. That is true. And I have tried to do that, and I think we all have. Anyone who has tried to apply themselves to this game and has found themselves in a spot where they're like, you know what? I'm going to give them the business here because I could have this and they can't have it. And you just like bet this big amount and they snap call you with a hand that should have never just snap called this. Like they just didn't give a shit. And you're just like, oh no, they weren't even thinking, they were just calling because they knew I was full of shit for whatever reason. In their mind, I was full of shit.
But, you know, I don't think that should deter you. I think that should just be, you should realize that, okay, maybe I just had these ranges. Or like,
well, it's playing the opponent too.
But the opponent still has their range, right?
But
so
if
like,
that dude ain't full, like, all right, we know there's a difference between the calling station dude that's just gonna snap the chips in, doesn't give a shit, or put them all in blind or whatever. There's that dude, and then there's the guy that's gonna like tank fold top set because the straight got in on the river or whatever.
Right, but that's still, you still have to assign them ranges. What I'm saying is like, if there's a guy who's shoving.
You're not wrong, but let's take a look at this hand.
Welcome to the table, my friend.
All right, 3-bet pot here. Couple of big hands running into each other. Pierre raising, Sparks 3-betting, and Pierre making the call. Queen high board, all hearts. Neither player controls a heart. Pierre makes top pair, top kicker.
Always looking good, dude.
As the
Good.
in position 3-bet caller.
Abhishek would definitely
These
be,
bets should be pretty
one of the
small.
nominees for best choice.
Sparks
Pierre
checking here, yeah.
Pierre can check this, or he can bet, you know, a pretty small number. The sizings in monotone boards are generally smaller than on Rainbow and
Yeah, and Pierre, I think, in a pretty good spot to just go with the check back. A lot of people would be like, why don't you bet and deny equity? The problem is that if your opponent has anything to continue with, you're either already dead virtually, or they have a ton of equity. Like, there's no real reason to build the pot, so checking back makes a lot of sense. Sparks here, though, does pick up a gut shot to Broadway and is going to bet now, perhaps with an intention of getting something like nines or jacks to fold.
yeah.
This
And I
became a
think
wedding
that
band after we upgraded our wedding
maybe
band.
he
so
can
like-
use this as a hand if the 4 flush comes in.
Oh yeah.
He wants to have a hand.
Funny enough, my sister-in-law in New Jersey too.
Has the can bluff that
Women,
doesn't
they love
work.
Cartier. I mean, that's how they get us, right?
Seems like a reasonable
The
one.
Cartier jewelry.
As it stands, Pierre's going to get a very favorable run out here, 10-10. And Spark's going to have a really rough time repping any of this for any amount. 2.8K in the middle, and yeah, I mean, we've talked about Sparks and his sort of intuition about the spot. But I don't imagine this is a spot that he really feels like he can do anything. He's going to check it over to shut it down.
A dirtier
I
game.
mean, Pierre can go for value against, what, like jacks? For a small sizing?
Here, I know. I feel very comfortable with it.
I think he like
White
the
t-shirt
Uglier
yesterday.
thing
people,
is like you really don't want to get check raised here. So when you bet this river small, you have to be pretty sure that Sparks isn't going to check raise you with Ace of Hearts, King, or whatever, and just like really put you in the blender. Because, you know, like we talked about before, like when you make these small bets, often the value that you're getting, like say he bets like quarter pot here, like what do you think the EV on that quarter pot bet is? Like, it's not a ton. So if you're not getting a bunch of EV on your bet, you're reopening the action. Yeah, so he's going to go half.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
almost.
going to go 2/3.
18
bigger.
into
Yeah.
3 point,
into
into
20.
2.8.
Yeah, so
so
he goes 2/3.
2/3.
Yeah, I don't think a small bet is a thing in theory in this spot. It's just not worth it.
Because you don't want to get.
Because you don't want to get check raised, and it's a board like Sparks. Okay, it's like a parlay of this is a board that can be check raised, right? It can be check raised by queens full, can be check raised by flushes, can be check raised by 10x, and check raised by Ace of Hearts, King, and King of Hearts, as well as maybe a few other spots. So like that's not really a range that you want to open yourself up to. So like it's not worth exposing yourself to that to squeak out, you know, whatever value you get on quarter pot or whatever, right?
This is a huge difference then, I think, just in terms of thinking from these stakes to the 2-5 stakes that I play. Because, like, 100%, I'm not, like, betting this river in the games that I play and being like 2/3 is an appropriate sizing.
Right.
2/3 is absolutely not an appropriate sizing at the stakes that I play. Because here,
2/3.
dude's like, you're fucked if the dude raised you. You're absolutely fucked. But if you bet less, you could get called by some of this other shit. And they're never raising you.
Right. And so
And they're never calling you with worse.
right. So honestly, so that's kind of a reason I don't really ask to do commentary on like the smaller games. It has nothing to do with like, there's no shade about them. It's like the way that I try to approach things is like,
Yeah, it's a different game.
right. So I try to approach things in a more theoretical way. When like, if you're playing 2-5 against a guy who like doesn't know what's going on or has like very limited experience, like whatever I think is theoretically best probably isn't best in practice, right? It's probably like, hey, you should just go like 700 here and get called by like pocket sixes or something like that.
Yeah.
But like, that's not how to play against Sparks. That's
Yeah.
not how to play against Pierre. That's not how to play against Slicer.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why I kind of enjoy doing the commentary with this is like, I know the players, I can kind of give you like how I approach things in theory and, you know, possibly how they approach things.
Also, just a tremendously curious spot here. The fact that Sparks is in the tank on this 2/3 sizing. Like,
Right,
perhaps the half pot to 1/3 is just like a snap fold because he's like, this just is always value.
It's not a
or
thing, right?
even then, I'm
Yeah.
even wrong. But like, for the fact that Sparks is in the tank here, he doesn't have a heart, so that's good for him. And yet at the same time, his hand just doesn't benefit from calling. Just
Right.
it just doesn't. So he does find the fold. I mean,
Yeah.
correct, but
And he had two cards that he wanted Pierre to have, right? He wants Pierre to have, you know, offsuit cards. So yeah, nice play by Pierre, and I think that's just a function of like Pierre's only bet sizes there are probably going to be 2/3 and an overbet, and the overbet being like 1.25, and he can do that with like he can probably do that down to like 10x. Like say he has Jack 10, like Jack 10 of clubs or something. Like he can probably go
All right, guys,
close
get more hands in
to. He
against
can probably overbet there. Assuming he doesn't check back many flushes, a 10 is probably the best hand in his range. So he can probably overbet there.
Like you just give it up for just guys.
But yeah, I think that knowing that Pierre only has a couple sizes, like if you're playing against someone who like they bet small in that river and they have a hand that is like you're talking about, like that like wants to just eke out a little bit of value. Well, a guy against as good as Sparks, he's just gonna fucking check raise you all day. But you can do that against people like we talked about. You can do that against people who aren't. What is Phil Galfond has a word for this. It's I forget the word, but it's someone who's going to do something about it. Like they see you do something wrong, they're just going to fucking do something about it. They're going to check raise you in that spot, right?
Yeah.
So I think that you don't want to have different bet sizes. You don't want to have like a small bet for weak value, you know, a big bet for strong value in a spot that like doesn't warrant it. In a spot where like your bet sizing gives away the strength of your hand.
yeah. Certainly, if people are paying attention to it, then you can be exploited massively. In other sort of scenarios, in different lineups or whatever,
Yeah,
that
just-
sort of analysis just not being applied, and you're
Absolutely,
going to get
yeah.
away with murder in some of these spots. As we do have Big Daddy Chaz here, he flops top 2, continues betting after his opponent flopped bottom pair, did not improve on the turn. And we do have Abhishek dropping in here as well. So the player in the mix. Hope you do enjoy the show. Hope everybody's having a good time. We are doing a lot of back and forth here, a lot of strategy talk. And do want to give a special shout out to Daniel Sanchez. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
Shout out to Victoria from Texas Royal Touch giving Sparks a massage. She's an outstanding massage therapist.
She really is. All right. Give me a chance to get my money back.
Sure.
All right. You
Fire
want
away.
the over or the under?
Over, always the over.
Always the over. Life is too short to run the under. All right. Let's see how we roll.
Above average.
Now I want like anything under a 50. Just get my 20 back. I don't want you to go to Chick-fil-A on my dime here.
Oh, she's slow.
What, did you guys see my roll? Okay. All right.
Bang.
Another
Go.
I really feel like I shouldn't have given you the option of taking the over. Like, I should have just always gotten the over. Because, like, I want to win points and money, not fucking win points and lose money. That sounds terrible.
It's tough, buddy. I'll tell you.
I'm changing the rules.
Well, we've
The
upgraded
next
from
time,
Chick-fil-A.
I get the over.
Yeah, bud. I'm not going to Chick-fil-A anymore, not with 40 bucks.
Wait, now you're going to Taco Bell.
I'm going to go to... I can get a start over at Abisu. Shout out to Abisu, the sushi restaurant in the same plaza as TCH. They have an outstanding
He's up
sushi.
against some really tough movies. He was up against some like really
Tyler
tough
here,
movies
9-8
that
of
are
hearts.
big numbers.
Thinking over his options.
Jedi Master Ted pointing out that life is too short to not play your ace against a random
Like, how
arm.
could he even round one? But then you look at the movie that won,
Yeah.
and by association, the lead of that movie.
He turned it over, by the way.
Got a premium off of their actors.
Airball?
Dirty diaper. I know. I felt really bad.
Yeah, I mean, at Wolf of Wall Street was insane.
And then I just lost every fucking hand I played. Just every hand I played after that. And went out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, sometimes...
Poker, tournament poker is brutal. Like, cash games, and this is something that I've learned sort of, you know, in a roundabout way because I started playing tournaments first and then learned how to play cash.
Yeah, but I think it's based based off of the
Cash games is just one long session, man. Till the day that we fucking crawl into that box underground or whatever happens to us, like, it's just one long session. It doesn't really matter what happened, how many chips you had on the table. Oh, I cashed out this much. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. It's just one long session. But a tournament, motherfucker started, motherfucker ended. Somebody started with one buy-in and they ended with all the chips. Like, that shit had a goddamn expiration date on it, and that made a difference. And it's a tremendously different game.
literally raised to the best,
And yeah,
the best athletes ever.
that's the way it is. You sit down, you play a tournament, you're playing a different game, different ball game. But man, they're fun. And one day, I'll win again. But it's been a while since I've booked a win. I got a second place last year, so I'm pretty pleased with that. But first place, man, in a tournament, like a big field tournament, you know, something that isn't just like a sit and go equivalent or whatever.
I don't think I've ever won a big live tournament. I think I've
You
probably
don't
won,
think?
like,
You either have or you haven't. You remember this
I
shit.
mean, I've won tournaments with like 60 people in or something. I haven't won a tournament with more than like 200 people. I mean, I'm
Okay.
sure I've won one online years ago, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I have literally no recollection of winning a tournament other than like
Pierre folds the ace queen against the 3-bet from
yeah. That's tight. I think it's probably closer to a 4-bet than a fold. But it's like, you know,
Yeah, a lot of my
I'd love to pick Slicer's brain, but he's getting a head massage and he ain't gonna tell us shit.
Sparks.
Sorry, Sparks.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
Farmer.
really tight fold. But you know, it's not like calling is not printing at all
He had like a pause where you could tell he wanted
against
to fire
someone
back.
as good as Chaz, who's gonna make life tough on you.
Will and Jada, man.
You know, when you're out of position.
Not the hardest. couple
But if you're gonna fold a hand as strong as ace queen, I think you are
Yeah, I'm sure they probably swapped.
you're sort of letting all of the other hands that are way easier to just be like, yeah, okay, all right, you get this
But
one.
like he's not opening. He's opening from the small blind in a 3-blind
That
game.
makes the
So like you're gonna be pretty tight there. So it's not like it's not like
10-8 suited. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna call that one? No,
I
you're gonna
think 9-8
fold
suited
that
is a
one.
better call than ace queen off.
What do you do it to?
Yeah,
10-8 suited.
I think I'd prefer 9-8 suited than ace queen off.
10-8 suited.
that I thought was pretty bad.
I mean, you're
Like,
starting to
it's-
get pretty close here,
right.
though. I mean,
It
ace
is,
queen,
but,
you block
like-
a lot of the good value. I mean,
I think that all the hands that we're talking about are pretty close to zero
Did you
EV.
win any other?
So
I mean-
we'll talk about this hand. We'll talk about that later.
Sure.
But like, she got a hand going.
Driver definitely has a hand going here. He has what is effectively the stones. We can see that it is nearly an unbeatable hand.
Numbers, I think she's huge.
However, if anybody watched the highlight video or the live stream from last Tuesday,
I don't think Slicer will be lucky this hand if he manages to get all in.
All time? I would assume so.
She evolved really well. with
Driver
training,
is just
you know.
the kid's blessed. You know, the kid's
First
blessed.
came on the scene, she's country.
Tyler,
99% equity and
Well,
it's raised.
I think she's more well known.
yeah, Tyler here gonna go ahead and bow out, and Slicer here is drawing to a chop on quad 5.
Oh, that's what it is. I was wondering.
You're like, how does he ever get bailed out
does
here?
He have
Yeah.
a sliver there? And he
Running
just got,
5s.
He just got the dream, and
Really doesn't want to see a 4 or a 9. Really, really, really doesn't want to see that. Does not on the turn. It is a fake 4.
and that's a card that, in theory, it's a brick. Yeah, it's a brick. So I think Slicer's trying to get a fold from an 8,
That's so
9s, 10s. I don't think the keepers that Driver has is ace here. And I really think that the Driver should just keep check calling here.
Yeah, half pot sizing here on the turn. Your hand is just locked up basically at this point. You're like, please continue betting. Like, there's no reason for a 5 to stop betting here if your opponent has one, right? And the same consideration rings true for the river. Unless the river is an 8, there's no reason for a 5 to stop betting, and therefore you should always go for check call, check. Please, please, please bet.
Looks like you can go for call.
Slicer takes a peek once again. Really doesn't want to see a 4 or a 9. So
And that's gonna
7.
shut it down.
Yeah, it gives him a tiny,
Well-
tiny little bit of showdown value.
He doesn't have showdown value though. That's
I mean,
the thing.
it's-
like
yeah,
it's
it's
a
not.
pair, And that's actually maybe a good card to bluff here, because he doesn't have showdown value. Like, driver doesn't have unpaired hands, so he doesn't have showdown value for 7. If he wanted to pick a hand to bluff, he probably
Check, 7 checks.
want this hand. Yeah.
Check and a very quick behind, and driver's like, damn it, man.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to pick up a pair? I don't know that it would have mattered, but it's sort of, I mean, you're barking up a real bad tree at that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what hands other than a 5 are betting for value? Pretty much none. And 5s are starting to get a little bit curious about what the hell's happening. They're probably still betting.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
No, did you play poker today?
You got a pair of 7s.
Maybe he just decided to give up, and the driver's
Got here now.
continue range was too strong.
Yeah. Half pot on the turn. He's out there. Yeah. I mean,
He calls
you
check
could put
raise
it
on
just
flop.
like a naked 8 under a lot of pressure, right? Like 8-9. It's
Yeah.
just like, fuck, dude.
But they're probably saying the same thing on like the ace turn, even though like the ace shouldn't be a part of Slicer's range really. When he
Yeah.
raises that flop, he really doesn't have any aces other than maybe he can think that he's raising thin with ace 8, and then. But I think he was just like, yeah, ace 8, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think it's a very low frequency raise on the flop.
Yeah. Tyler here with a couple of Judies, a couple of J's. He's going to raise it up to 250 over the open from Sparks in +1. Do suspect.
Sparks is getting into these,
Oh, Jaywin's got AK though.
and Sparks is getting into these really kind of marginal spots. I think the theme we've kind of seen with this is Slicer bluffing into the nuts over and over again.
I got Sparks folding here, by the way.
Yeah, Sparks is folding.
Ah, damn it. I was hoping you were going to put 20 on it. I get at least part of my
No.
Chick-fil-A money back.
No, it's like he keeps running into these spots. And if he was suited, I think it's a little different. But it's like he's still opening early position. Tyler is still 3-betting early position. Jaywin is squeezing when he can just like really easily call. Not really easily call, sorry, it's a 3-bet pot. But yeah, Sparks is navigating these spots really well. And this will be a really interesting spot for Tyler. I think his face is like the meme for Pocket Jacks in this spot. Just like, god damn it. My hand's too good, god damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is ahead at the moment. Going to be playing this one in position. Does flop an overpair to the board. Jaywin going to have to blast away at this 10 high with a pair of 9s out there, or just check as he do.
Checking seems fine there.
Now here's like 1/4, 1/3, or do you just check back and
Check back. I
Check
think
it back.
is good.
5 of clubs here on the turn. Yeah, this is one of those spots where like I have noticed that the best players will sort of pick these middling boards to check with their good hands, or even just like ace king. Then you bet some shit like your jacks or whatever, your
they just,
8s,
like, put it on
and then they just fucking check raise you to like 2x pot, and you're just like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
you know. Ooh, that's a lovely river if you had any doubt about the strength of your hand already. Jaywin, of course, I mean, at this point, you're just hoping to get to showdown against ace queen, right?
It surprised me if Jaywin checked back pocket 10s here.
Bet $14 and see what happens. Nope, that's not going to happen. Just going to check it over to Tyler, who now has no qualms about going for value. 1.5K in the middle, though, and what calls you and for what amount is the question.
I think
He's going to go
he's gonna go big, yeah. I think he's just saying like there's just not that many hands that are thin calls on this. Like he probably expects Jaywin to bet a 10. The 10s that he does squeeze. Oh, he 4-bet this, yeah, so he shouldn't have any 10x.
So it's
I
like
think he's
king
just-
10, maybe sometimes at a low frequency, yeah.
Maybe, I guess. I think that he's just saying like, you know what? If you have an overpair, you're going to call. If you don't have an overpair, you're going to fold. So let me just make sure that I get the most out of the overpairs.
Yeah.
And the overpairs are like, it's unlikely, but it's still like the only hand that he's going to have that's going to pay anything off. Is like, if like,
Aces,
if
kings,
you ever look at the solvers sometimes they'll say like what frequency they get to this node, and some of these it's like 3% or whatever. Like all the other hands like all the other nodes, they bet at some point or they do whatever.
Yeah.
So I think this is just in one of those spots where like 5% of the time he just has the overpair that like gets here through randomization or.
And
just
the rest of the
deciding
time
it's
he has
best line. He just has
actually nothing,
He's
so
just
it
gonna fold
doesn't matter
anyway,
what you
right.
bet. Yeah. Jwin, though, once again, seemingly in the tank here. We saw him call earlier with fourth pair, where he just didn't believe his opponent. Let's see if he doesn't believe Tyler here.
So the only hand he's thinking about here is ace queen, really.
Yeah, and you hard block.
Yeah.
I mean, you also, quote unquote, hard block the king queen, but like, no, there's no chance. Like king queen starts betting on the turn, literally. You check to him on 10, 10, 9. Like,
even that's not in full frequency. Like I just think it's a really good line by Jwin there. Keep in mind that like Tyler 3-bet an EP open and then called the 4-bet. Like he has some really good hands here. There's no need to blast off on 10-9 or it was 10-9-9.
10-9-9.
Yeah. It's like there's some boards to blast off on, but like that's not it. Like all of his unpaired hands have like really good floats. And it's just gonna make your life difficult on later streets. So that's signed by Jwin, even though he didn't win the pot.
Yeah. All right, $50 straddle has been live here for a hot minute. Big Daddy Chaz has not played a hand in a hot minute, so he will once again fold, this time with the Donald Brendan. Driver here, ace-6 of hearts, is going to raise this up 3x. And Sparks will defend his straddle. All right, Queen 8 Trey. Sparks going to go ahead and flop second pair. Quick check here. Another queen on the turn. Sparks should be feeling quite good about his queens and eights. But that just under half pot. And driver here, though, has ace high, which is going to be good some portion of the time. His opponent can have some diamonds that feel inclined to start betting. So he is going to go for the call in position. It's a king of diamonds here on the end, and now you beat nothing. Sparks here generally think that's going to be a check. This board has not really improved to the point where his hand is worthy of building the pot further. Thin value against a set or a pair of 7s or 6s maybe every once in a while, but no, checky and checky. And Sparks will get the showdown. So the only time I've ever played the Texas stand-up game was with you, and you lost the game. I do remember that one quite fondly because I didn't lose the game on my first shot. How do you feel about these sort of side games, 7 deuce, Texas stand-up?
I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah, so my theory is that I understand that playing live poker, I don't get the reps in that online players do, right? I don't, that's just like a fact, right? Online players play a ton more hands. They're way sharper in these like 2 blind games where like you play the same spot over and over again infinitely, right? If you played online cash, you play the same spot over and over again.
Yeah, especially with
button
Zoom.
versus big blind, small blind, 3-bet versus button, you know, EP versus button, whatever. You play them infinite. There's never a change. In live poker, there are so many more variables. Say there's 4 blinds on. Say that we're playing 7 deuce. Say that we're playing stand up. Say that we're playing PLO blind pots. I think that my edge as a live player comes out in those spots, mostly because.
Let me stop you there, as Jwin is actually going to call here. Jack 8 suited, out of position, and we're going heads up to a flop. Sparks with a dominating jack. Ace high board, 2 clubs. This could get spicy.
It could, but like Jwin can't really go too crazy out of position. He doesn't have aces. He doesn't have ace king. He doesn't have kings. So he doesn't like really rep anything worth check raising. So he's pretty much forced into a check call mode here.
Yeah. Small bet here, 200,
Yeah,
1/3 pot, and does pick up some additional equity though here on the turn. Obviously, still not. I think that's right. Sparks here would be going pretty thin. To bet again, would have to go for a small sizing if he did so. generally speaking, anyway.
Yeah, so if he goes for a small sizing, he's basically targeting the worst aces. But like, I think this is a hand that's just like really good to check.
Yeah,
He
this
gets
is.
to have on the Broadway River, he gets to have a good hand. Like if he always bets his ace queen and ace jack, then like he's kind of fucked on the jacks and queens that come in. When it goes check check, but he's gonna go for it. This is fine, obviously. He's looking to get value from hands like J wins and some worse ace X. I think J win. This is a board that he can check raise, given that he can have pocket tens, he can have queen jack, he can have ace 10.
Similar to the Tinder Swindler.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I think we're solidly in the territory of like your hand needs to check raise here simply for the fact that like if your hand improves to the best hand, then you probably aren't going to get paid on the river. Like one liner to a straight, club flush comes in. How do you donk lead it or whatever on the river and then get paid? Like
So-
it just doesn't happen unless your opponent just has a set
Right,
and it's
so-
such a narrow range.
I think what he's doing is he's assessing that Spark's range is so strong here on this board that he's just going to take his raw equity, check call with it, and then
Try to
just
win
hope he
the
gets it.
pot.
Right.
Just win that pot right,
Right.
there, not
And, like-
not win more.
yeah.
Like losing their. I mean,
I've been in those spots and they're like super annoying where like your options are check call with no showdown value or check raise into a very strong range. Both of those just like fucking suck,
Yeah.
right? I don't really know how to play those spots, to be honest. And I think that they are some of the tougher spots to play no limit, where your options are, put in a bunch of money against a strong range or put in some money with equity with no showdown value. There's just like not a ton of ways to play those spots.
Yeah, it's almost like calling a blind all in with ace-6 offsuit. You don't know what the fuck's gonna. I'm trying to create a parallel here.
There's
The
no
look on your
like,
face
like,
instantly shuts that down. But you know what? I'm standing by it.
Kristen, I'm going to talk to our producer, Kristen. Kristen, do you play poker? Okay. Do you know that ace high is a good hand? Kristen knows it's. Do you know that it's better than a random hand? Kristen knows that ace high is better than a random hand. New producer, Melody, do you play poker?
Oh man, I really asked
She's
for
locked.
this
She's
one.
locked in. I'm sorry. She's locked in. Anyway, after the stream is over, I will go poll all players in Texas Card House on whether they think ace high is better than random hand. It's
Yeah.
debatable. It's debatable.
So I have one data point to reinforce my thoughts on this was that on the original hand where he went all in for the 25K, the guy that was in the big blind was the Euro to my right. Folded to him, and he opened the ace-6 off and folded it to the guy, and was like, if I wanted to fucking go 60-40 or whatever, I'd go to the roulette table. And he says this in like some like French whatever accent or whatever, and he covered the guy and like knew exactly what was going on. And there was something also just about the fact that I had just lost with ace jack against queen jack. Now I get the very next hand, like this is 3 hands in a row. Now I get the ace-6 off.
Did you?
And the Euro had just said this whole thing, and like I tanked it out for like 2 minutes. Like, do I do this? Plus I still have the big blind to act, right? And I folded it. I know that you're just horrified about this, but like this experience in a 5K for me was like a really gut-wrenching experience.
Did you think about consulting your horoscope, or like what the tarot card said?
No.
Did you have your lucky stones on you?
Oh my God, dude.
You're a poker player. The math is the math.
The math is the math.
The Euro doesn't want to bust because he came from fucking Germany to play the 5K. He's got to fly home to Germany and fucking cry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
But
just, Aaron, I swear to God, if you take every piece of advice that you hear at a poker table, you're going to be out of money so goddamn fast, it's going to make your head spin.
so, yeah.
Like, that's, I get, so like, in lower stakes games, like, like, everybody talks about their hands, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, well, if you had, I knew if you had king queen, you would bet, so you couldn't have king queen, right? And obviously people still have king queen. I think that people like talking about things to make them feel better, to make them feel like they know what's going on. So just, it's part of a social thing. I don't think that like taking advice from the random mirror that's sitting next to you, or listen to his reasoning, makes it a data point. It just makes it you're sitting next to a guy who doesn't want to bust out of a 5K, just like you don't want to bust out of a 5K.
I want to play with Pierre one day.
And that's really what it boils down to, right? Let's be honest. I didn't want to go back to my truck after driving 3 hours to Houston in 45 minutes because I lost 2 flips against some rando that just piled his money in blind.
Okay.
Like, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. I took my first shot with ace jack because I felt like, yeah, I got to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to puss out, and I did it. Now all the chips are on the line, and I got ace 6 off, and I didn't want to do it, and I didn't. And now you're going to burn me on it. And like,
okay, let me give you an example. Early position opens. You have kings in middle position. You 3-bet. He 4-bets big. You have the option of folding or going all in.
those are your 2 options.
Those are your options.
Your stories, your choose your own adventures suck.
Are you gonna flat?
I'm gonna need more information about what's my stack depth, what's the sizings, but
Are you getting kings in pre-flop for 80 big blinds?
for 80,
Yes.
sure.
And you're more comfortable with that than ace high against a random hand. You're tripping. You're tripping.
I'm tripping. You
Like,
heard it here first.
I think
people.
that you get it in against aces more often than you get it in bad with ace 6 off against a random hand.
Bad is less equivalent than busting out of the tournament.
I
though.
think your EV is higher.
Ace 6 against 8-9, like, okay, I got it in good. I can do some of my air quotes about how good I got it.
What do you think against a reasonable player getting in 80 bigs early in a tournament? You think that you have better equity than ace 6 off against a random hand? I don't think you do at live poker at 80 big blinds deep. What I'm saying is, during tournaments, you find yourself in these spots where like you have to address the fact that like, I think this is a good spot, but I'm gonna bust sometimes. And I think the ace 6 off is like, this is a good spot, but I'm gonna bust sometimes.
Yeah, no, it absolutely was.
Right. So I'm just saying like, I don't think that you can just take this mentality that like, I don't want to bust because it's a close spot. Because
You're
like,
not wrong. You're definitely not wrong.
That's all I needed to hear. I'm not wrong. Kristen, we're on record. I'm not wrong. Melody agrees. All right. We're all in agreement. I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Now
Which
we-
I mean, there's probably just something in there. Well, there's not just probably something in there. There's definitely something in there, which I do understand as well. Which is when I play above my weight class or whatever, right? Like I can go fire some 600s, some 1Ks,
Right.
whatever. Like that's my bread and butter. I do that all the time. I go and fire a 5K, and like I play a 5 or a 10K once a year.
It's a big deal.
It feels like a big deal. And some
Right.
spaz is just like all in blind, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
I get it.
Like there's hour levels. I have 80 bigs. Like why would I just like blast it all in here just to go broke to some schmuck that already sucked out on me, right? And I get it.
I get it.
It's not smart. It's not taking the 60 whatever percent equity. It's
You're.
being a human being.
It is. It's you. By passing that, you're essentially a rec player, which is fine. But you're choosing the lower EV route to satisfy the reason that you're playing the tournament, right?
You heard it here first, and you'll probably hear it again. I'm a rec player according to Bones.
Yeah. I'm just saying you're choosing a sub-optimal line to satisfy whatever reason you've chosen to play the tournament.
Yeah.
Whether it's you want to play your girlfriend's birthday, so you want to get all in with like 4-6 because she was born on April 6th.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wait, what was your pet hand? Did you have one?
I wouldn't tell you that.
No,
We
you.
played together on Tuesdays. I couldn't tell you my hand.
Yeah.
What was the hand? I gave Jack 8 suited or something like that.
Well, you said something like that. Yeah, so it's
actually
clearly
Jack 9.
not that.
It's actually Jack 9 suited. I love Jack 9 suited.
Jack 9 suited? Well, that's not even that bad of a hand.
It's not. Aaron, listen, buddy. I play for rent, all right? My kids eat. I'm not out here playing, you know, 60
Yeah.
soft. And,
Yeah.
You know,
All right, you got to
to
introduce me to
satisfy
your
the
kids.
fans or
I've never
whatever,
seen
yeah.
these fictional characters.
don't worry. Listen. I got a full-grown bulldog I got to take care of.
Oh, is that what it is?
She's expensive.
All right, we're limping. Avishai is in here and ready to mix it up. Ace-4 offsuit. Tyler gonna raise it up.
Abishai's been jumping in these games a lot lately.
I
Fresh
love
off-
the look, though.
Yeah, fresh off lettering and track.
Multi-way here. Slicer and driver getting in the mix as we've got a queen-high board. Rainbow.
Abishai ready to go bully some nerds. Gonna go ahead and check.
Yeah, driver here with the best hand, second pair. Jack of clubs now on the turn. Slicer picks up double gutty. And by double gutty, I mean open-ended.
7 bets 400. 10 folds, 2 folds, 6 folds.
He's going to bet 400, and this should just get the job done. It does. Bobby here wondering how you get points. Well, you chat. Well, first you make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, and then you chat and you check your points. Speaking of which, I should check my points. And then try to get my 20 of my 40 back from Bones. As I've now made it clear that I will be taking the over because that's
you
the
ready
only
to
thing
fire
that
again?
feels fair. 8:53 to 9:21 is, yeah, 2 minutes away.
All right, you got the under? Oh, well, you're the over.
I'm taking the over, but I gotta wait another 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, they run a tight ship around here in the YouTube chat.
You get 30 minutes to gamble, otherwise people would just degen all the points
do I
off
have-
and then they'd have nothing.
Let me
So,
see if I have
you know,
points here.
gotta make them wait. All right, Pierre here gonna get a little frisky. Queen deuce suited in the cutoff, gonna raise this up. Jaywin says no with whatever he's holding, and that'll do it. Pierre snaps the deuce of hearts down onto the table. Just
I
to-
have 14 points. All
Oh,
you want to
so
gamble heads up?
yeah, we can do an actual heads up then.
Okay,
All right,
how
but
do
you
how
gotta.
do I do this? Do I, just,
I still need to wait another few minutes. But what you do is you do exclamation point gamble space the amount,
Space?
the all 14. Or
Okay.
you can even do all. You can just go all in.
Oh, okay. That all. All right. So we're just going with higher number?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Bones is all in.
Oh,
Drop a deuce in the chat here, Streamlabs. I'm ready for that. 35. I feel good about that.
okay.
Feel good about that. And you also bricked off all your points. So you're on 0. You're out of gas, and you're going to give me the 20.
That's fine.
If all goes well. See if it's time. All right, multi-way flop here as Big Daddy Chaz races to 75, gets called in 2 spots. Jack high board with a 7 for driver. All right, apparently I tried to gamble just too early. Try again here in a moment. Chaz will continue with the double backdoor and 1 overcard.
See if Abishai continues here with the gutty. It's a reasonable hand to check raise.
One thing that I can say for Avishai is that check raise isn't a big part of his strategy.
Yeah.
Let's go for the call. Driver makes the call as well. Still 3 ways to the deuce of spades on the turn.
Who do you think Abishai is going to take the prom?
So what?
Who do you think Abishai is going to take the prom?
Probably, well,
Probably
it
a
could be,
cheerleader. Obviously a cheerleader. With that.
yeah, Alexis or Christina. I'm not sure. Ooh, pay up. 57
All right, there
for
you
this
go.
man. There we
Congrats.
go.
More proof to always take the over.
Yeah.
5 bets 475.
Is that a 475? Big Daddy Chaz here continuing strongly and is going to get it through as no callers. They're on the
All
turn.
right, back to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, dude,
I
get your
I
Ibisu
dreamed
out of
the,
here, man.
Tuna crudo at Ibisu. No longer. Just gonna have
Yeah,
to
would
eat
have
my,
tasted even sweeter had it been on my dime.
really
Not
good.
this time. I'm gonna check the lineup for tomorrow. Is there space put in there?
I hope so, because I'm going to bluff the shit out of you tomorrow, now that I hear what you're folding.
Oh, dude. We'll see. Yeah, ace six off. You just rip it all in blind.
Why
If
not?
you're in the small and
You're
I'm in the big, and you just like
You're going to fold ace-6 suited. How can I not go on? I'm just printing the $25 straddle.
Where's this game? My trip.
What time does the stream end?
At 10 p.m. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break.
All right. Sounds good. All right, let's take a look here. Big Daddy Chaz opening up and getting 3-bet by Jay Win. Once again with a couple of 8s. Daddy Chaz out flopping Jay Win. Check, check on the flop. Queen of Hearts here now on the turn. Jay Win will make the 8-high flush. Big Daddy Chaz here with 2 pair. Weird spot for both players. Neither player really benefits from building the pot, as both would love to get to showdown, and I presume this is just going to be check-check. Once again, heads up to the river. Ace of diamonds, and now really no reason for anyone to do much of anything. Big Daddy Chaz benefiting even less from a bet. Checky, checky. Jay-Win will win with the 8 of hearts. And Chaz is like, cool, 2-pair bites the dust. Jay-Win can do no wrong with 3-betting the 8s here tonight.
Felicia's good.
As Bobby here asking in the chat, and I do want to just say that I realize I haven't really been interacting with the chat quite as much. Bones and I have been having a lot of strategy discussion. Hope you guys have been enjoying. But let's see, where did that go? It was Bobby asking, when is TCH going to start streaming the Houston room? Well, as of right now, we only have a couple of the live stream tables, and so
Give him a 3 once in a while. Come on.
it is not feasible to just stream from every location that we have here in the state. As of right now, it's going to maintain here in Austin and out of Dallas. Do want to give a shout out to Levon. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome.
Throw it in there. There you go.
How can I not even get a hands and raise? That's horrible. 70% there.
Hey, it's your dog? Oh, not yours? Oh. Hey.
One moment as I let Bones in. Big Daddy Chaz here under the gun. Gonna go ahead and open this up. 75 to go. So Jay-Win just 3-bet 8s once again, and this time instead of making a straight, made a flush.
Okay.
Won the pot.
All right. Jay Wooden, he loves the 8s.
They're working out. Pierre here gonna defend from the straddle. 10-8 of hearts. This is not his board, and Big Daddy Chaz should be in a position to see bet 100% and win.
That's full there.
Here, you need anything? I know you're always wanting something.
You have plans for the series this summer?
Play the main event.
That's it.
Yeah, I really have trouble justifying playing poker outside of Texas, to be honest. You know, I'm not that into tournaments,
Say never
so
mind.
I'll probably go out there and play like a winner Venetian 1K to warm up for the main. Cash games are so much better in Vegas, or in Austin and San Antonio or wherever else.
Yeah.
As a cash game player, I can't really justify it, but I'll be out there for the main for sure. How about you?
I'm kind of leaning that direction too. I've had a lot of people asking me like, "What am I doing? When am I going?" And I don't know, man.
There's so many good tournaments in Texas these days, where it's like if you have the tournament itch, like you can't play every day for 2 months like you can in Vegas, but you can play a good tournament once every couple of weeks, and you play good cash games the whole time.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, I just still a little traumatized by last November, October, November. I mean, I bricked every bullet I fired out there. I ran so bad. And it's tough to go and fire those big buy-in events, right? I mean, you fire a couple bullets in a 1500 and you're just like, wow,
Buried, yeah.
damn, and I'm out. And now it's on to the next one, and it's a 1K, and I fire a couple bullets in that, and I'm out. And I mean, that was a rough couple of months, or a couple of weeks, I should say. And then
It can be exhausting being in Vegas, especially if you're playing tournaments and bricking everything. Like you have to have a really healthy mindset.
Yeah.
Plus, like I think a huge part of like surviving the summer is just like having a regular routine. Like I always prefer to like get a B&B instead of a hotel room, just
Me
to
as
like
well.
have a kitchen, have a pool that I can go in, like and you know not have to worry about a family being in there or whatever.
Yep.
Just being able to light up a J in the backyard if I want to. I think that's just really important to be able to feel like a normal person
Yeah.
for the summer, because like being inside of the Rio or inside of the Venetian, like 12 hours a day for 2 straight months, like you don't feel like a normal person. You just don't. You're not. Your body isn't meant to be inside all that time. You're not meant to be sitting for 12 hours a day. You're not meant to be like engaged, in a competitive way for 12 hours a day, every day.
Yeah.
You need to find some way to like get a healthy, non-poker lifestyle involved.
Yeah. Avishai goes for the 3-bet there, ace-king suited, and just gets the job done pre-flop.
Nice hand for Abhishek.
Yeah, I don't know. So I feel like still going to sort of feel things out here. There's still time, but I haven't booked an Airbnb, haven't really made any plans, haven't tried to sell a package. I know, it's right around the corner, and
it always creeps up on me every year. I'm like, I'm doing this year.
Yeah. No, but I might be right there with you, man. Going to play the main, and that's just about it. So if that's like, because here's the thing, right? Like if I think about the usual schedule that I've done the last few years at the WSOP, and I allocate the time, the expense, the effort, all of that, and I think, fuck it, just go play the main. Like, it's honestly just a huge weight off my shoulders. Like, you go and you fire one tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like, tournaments are so hard to win. You have to run so good in
We
a
have a really
tournament
big
to win
spot
anyway.
here.
Why not pick the main and give it a go?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you do that, you allow yourself to like, really fully prep for it. Like I feel like the years that I've done well in the main event, I put aside some time and I come up with my strategy for how I want to play, and I spend some time on 40 big blind play, 60 big blind play.
Driver is going to make the call here. Going to play this one out of position and heads up to a flop. 4-bet pot, slicer in position with the betting lead. 10 high board, rainbow. Both players have some overpairs. Slicer, generally speaking, has the range advantage here. He's going to
Yeah,
continue.
he's going to go with a small bet. He's going to go with third. Good size. And this is a tough spot for Driver. Like, he is probably going to have to continue against the third. Although, it wouldn't surprise me if Driver folded here.
If he was suited, then he's going to have a backdoor 75% of the time, and that's going to give him a lot of additional improvement opportunities. But yeah, it does still make the call. 9 of diamonds, though, you're just toast.
Yeah. And I think it can go check here. Like, Slicer doesn't have to bet queens, he can. I feel like Slicer tends to go for it a bit more than a few other people would in this spot. I've seen him take some lines in 3 and 4 bet pots that are like really thin. And yeah, I think he goes for these spots a bit, and
I like
we've,
this.
we've seen him. The thing is like he does it with his bluffs as well. He bluffs in a few spots that most people wouldn't, and that allows him to value bet a bit thinner. I think he's just like he's one of these guys who's like really in tune with his ranges and what like has to go into his ranges to be solid. Like I think he's probably the toughest person to play against that I play with on a regular basis. And it's just like he's very thoughtful about his ranges. He applies a lot of pressure. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about him as a player.
Yeah.
He's a real dickhead, but as a player.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Slicer's an awesome guy, family
Sorry,
guy, whatever. He's a really good guy.
Your mic's been muted.
I'm kidding.
We got everything we needed. Oh man. Have you ever had an altercation with another poker player, like something that went beyond just words?
No.
No.
No, I don't think I've ever gotten in this spot. I've had at least 2 people threaten to kill me. At least 3 people threaten to kill me.
Wow, we're up to
But-
3?
3.
Damn.
Yeah. I had a really interesting spot when I first started playing home games around town. Like keep in mind, like I came from playing online for 7 years before Black Friday. I get in a spot in a home game where the guy running the game is stuck a bunch.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you. I
Okay.
thought this hand was going to go nowhere because Jaywin had 10 deuce, but no, he's flopped a flush draw. Avishai with bottom set. Things are actually happening here, so we're not going to just continue rambling. 2.4K is the effective stack here for Avishai, and he is facing this bet of 75.
Yeah, he's
If
gonna
I know
probably
anything
raise
about
it.
him, he's going to raise here.
Yeah. Slow playing is generally not a huge part of his game, from my experience.
Yeah, 275 to go. Jaywin here in a spot where you just call 100% of the time, and Avishai here looking to dodge a spade. How about quads?
What's today? What's the quad?
Quad deuces today
Deuces?
is the
Okay.
promotion. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get the promotion out of the way here, as Jaywin should likely just be looking to check fold here now that his draw is potentially just not even good, as we can see. Definitely not good. Quads of the day here at Texas Card House in Austin. Going to pay you out a progressive sum each and every day. Right now, it's quad deuces for $3,700. This time tomorrow, or even sooner, it's going to be quad threes for 4K. So come on down, hang out with us, play at Texas Card House here in Austin for your shot to win the jackpot. Got a bad beat jackpot as well. Jaywin does make the call, really doesn't want to see a spade, and doesn't find one, so good for him. That bet of only 200 on the turn. And Avishai here is now looking to get paid. 1.1K in the middle. He is the effective stack on 1.9. He's not the kind to sort of over bet jam anything here, so I suspect this is going to be a bet around 600.
This is what we call the nut face.
Do you want over or under 600? Oh shit, it's too late.
Looks like it's about 600.
Yeah. It's gonna be
mean-
under. Shit.
In theory, you should probably just like really fucking blow it out and go
Like your hair.
like 1600 or something. Something silly, because it's like if they have a king, they're gonna call you. If they don't have a king, they're not gonna call you.
Yeah.
So like betting small doesn't really do anything, right? It's like when you're trying to get called by like pocket ace that like check calls a raise, or no, bet
Yes,
calls a raise and then
man.
turn, yeah.
Ace high, bro.
Yeah.
Sick.
So-
Okay.
So I had,
Alright,
I had this
yeah,
spot
tell-
at home game
Yep.
where like I just started playing. I probably played the home game for like 2 weeks. I just like absolutely sun run during the game, and the guy who's running the game is stuck a bunch. Everybody quits, and he like asks everyone at the table to play heads up. Everybody declines and goes home. And he asked me with kind of like a resigned ask. Like I was definitely the biggest winner in that game for a while. So like I don't think he wanted to play me heads up, but I think he was like stuck enough. So we agreed to play heads up, and the dealer who I just met, but like we have a bunch of mutual friends. He's talking to me or whatever, and we're talking, and he's like, "Hey, watch this," and he shuffles the cards, peels up the ace of spades, reshuffles the cards like he would wash the cards and shuffle them, peels up the ace of spades, and I'm like, "Oh fuck, what am I getting myself into? I'm about to play heads up with a guy who runs the game." Okay, we'll pause it.
Yeah, no, that's quite the beginning of the story. But yes, Big Daddy Chaz here in a little bit of a spot as Driver, the caller in between, has sort of announced that he has a middling strength hand. We can see that it is very
This
middling
one, Pierre
strength.
open, Chaz 3-bets, Driver cold calls the 3-bet. BDC,
Yeah.
I expect Chaz to, always call here.
Yeah, his
Chaz-
hand has
Chaz-
so much equity.
Chaz is too rich to fold. A hand as good as Jack 10 suited.
And now, honestly, Driver's priced in on the button. I mean, this is weird. We can all see that his hand sucks, but like, if he's ever live to a single pair hand, then like, you know, he just always has the equity, and we can see that that's not true. He is going to flop middle pair against the top pair for Pierre.
So
Jack 10 of clubs going to get
Pierre's
bailed
gonna.
out.
This is probably a pure check from Pierre. Yeah, into two ranges that have a bunch of suited hands. You know, this is like, he's not. He only has
And
to
some
worry.
sets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Driver's the only one on 7s and 5s for sure, but still.
Chaz can have. Yeah, Chaz is very unlikely to have 5s. 7s he probably has a few combos of.
3-betting from the cutoff? I mean, every once in a while, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean, we've certainly
seen
some small blind play from Jaywin, but he's a little bit of
So
a
we've
special
seen Tyler
bird.
3-bet the 5s versus EP open. So, like, I think Chaz has enough. Chaz mixes up his play enough to, like, have it at some frequency, the sets. 7s and 5s. But, like, it's pretty low frequency.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, like. I would say maybe he has like one combo of sets or 1.5 combos of sets.
Very polarized cumulative winnings tab here as we've got Pierre and Big Daddy Chaz, the only players in the green. Everybody else stuck here tonight.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. In other nights, you sort of see a more broad distribution with like a few players losing, a few players winning, a couple players that are like up or big, or up or down, you know, a reasonable to
Well, we
big
saw Slicer
size.
start out plus 5K, and I think he's stuck 3,700 now. And I think that comes from these games where people are willing to put in a bunch of chips in a pot. So, like, guys like Slicer, guys like Pierre, guys like Sparks, guys like Chaz, they're willing to, like, bluff 3 streets, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to have these spots where, like, they don't necessarily coolered, but they just have hands where, like, they get to the river with a bluff. They get to the river and they have a bluff. Then it's like they have to fire 2K at it.
Yeah.
So, like, you're going to have these kind of polarized spots where, like, if you play a more passive game where people don't really bluff much, people don't really value bet thin, they're going to be a lot closer to 0, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Especially,
that's
like,
one-
they don't inflate pots with, like, you know, in your average 2-5 game, like, people aren't, like, squeezing with ace-10 off.
Yeah.
Like, that just doesn't happen. When that happens, you get, you know, bigger winners and bigger losers. More chips are going in the pot, bigger pots are played.
Now, here's an interesting spot for Slicer. Now, obviously, we all know that, like, Slicer is just never going to do anything other than 4-bet this. He's on the button. He's got a really strong hand. Avishai gets out of the way. And now it's back to Sparks, and he has a very clear fold. But
Right. At this point, he's just posturing. Well, Slicer's on the button, so, like, maybe he 5-bets this, like, 5% of the time or something. I don't, so
that's not going to do it, though. He's sitting on 6.7K.
yeah, that's true. It's just a fold, I think. You know, everybody kind of randomizes different. I try to pay attention to some of the better players to see if they're, like, you know, randomizing with their chips or whatever. But I really haven't seen too much of it.
Do you use chips or counter?
Wouldn't you like to know?
God damn it. I thought I was going to get that one through. This guy just snaps me off with,
You can't
I'm
let
not telling you
let
anything.
someone know how you roll. I mean, it's just giving it away. But yeah, I try to pay attention to stuff like that. You know, in a game like I would never randomize in a 1-3 or a 2-5 game against weaker players because like I feel like almost always you don't need to be balanced. Like you just come up with a play that you think is best against this player. The example that you gave was like the 33% pot on the river in position earlier with Pierre and Sparks. I would do that in a 2-5 game because I thought I could exploit people by doing whatever. In a tougher game, like I want to make sure that I'm not like predictable. So like I'll randomize some spots against guys who I think I need to randomize against. Like guys who I think I really need to be balanced and thoughtful against, I'll randomize. Against people who I don't, I'll just do whatever I think makes them play the worst.
All right. Avishai here going to go ahead and flop best with bottom pair. Nobody bets, so checks through to a 9 of diamonds on the turn. Completes the front door flush draw. Avishai still best. Tyler with the only diamond is going to go ahead and bet now 100 into 225. Chaz, of course, has absolutely nothing. He's going to get out of the way, and that will just get the job done. Avishai done with the pair of sixes, and Tyler will take it down.
Corey noticed me getting booze and doing commentary at the same time. It's one of my skills. I can be 2 places at once, being both critical and getting drunk all at the same time.
Killing it. Coco Ice, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
I've been feeling pretty cuddly.
JTN 1968 recognizing that, yeah, Bones ain't going to give me nothing. Bones won't throw me a bone.
Aaron telling me all of his nitty folds and me just...
Yeah, being a dick about it, too. And then
dick, I'm just saying
also
it's like-
not giving me nothing about the randomizer.
I'll tell you what, Aaron.
Tell me what.
Here's what you do. You ever get in this spot again?
Me,
Someone-
right now, in the spot.
You're in a 5K. Someone's going all in blind. Action's on you. I know this is frowned upon in most places. Text me.
What's your price to?
Text me. Bones. Here's the spot. Guy going all in.
Phone a
I have
friend?
A6 off.
Dude, the phone a friend?
Sell me a piece. We'll work it out.
Wait, I have to sell you a piece to phone a friend? Oh, dude, big hand happening here. Pierre plopping top 2, Sparks top. Single raised pot, though, so this is blind on blind action.
It looks like a pretty loose atmosphere. Everybody's kind of joking around.
Both players feeling very strong about their holdings, however, and when this goes bet raise, Sparks here has a real spot. I don't think out of position a third bet is really in order with pretty much any hand, other than maybe
He
pocket
opened this,
sevens.
Yeah, I think it's probably a bigger size. No, pocket sevens want to definitely go bigger than ace king does. Again, you want to cooler. You want to have Hansen cooler top pair. And yes, Sparks king cooler top pair with his own ace king, but he removes some of the options. So you generally want to go a bit bigger with pocket seven and the pocket eights than the ace king, if you have two different sizes.
Yeah, well, my comment, aside from the sizing, was mostly just about going for three bets
Oh no, you never.
on the flop, and there's really
there's just no 3 bets.
there's just no space for it. And yeah, maybe even sevens doesn't benefit, as you say. So Pierre here, still in a commanding lead. Sparks with a natural check over. Give his opponent as much room to bluff. Pierre could be every once in a while doing this with something like 6-9 of spades, I suppose. This is single raise pot from the blinds.
Yeah, 6-9.
But
Assuming Pierre calls
6-9
it.
benefits so much more just from a call rather than a raise, too.
I'm done with the first one.
6-4 raises here.
Tomorrow morning.
6-4 can't really call, but it can raise. 6-9 can raise. I think 10-9 is more likely to call. I think you want to be raising not necessarily your best draws in this spot.
Yeah, 9,
But
10,
it's
6,
definitely a
9.
better card for Pierre than it is for Sparks.
Oh, absolutely.
And Sparks is going to feel obligated to come along for at least one more street.
Yeah, he's
You're going to go ahead and
handcuffed
overbet here, which I like a lot. When he bets here, he's repping 2 pair or better. Like, he doesn't have, like, 1 pair value bet hands here. He has bluffs and, like, the 2 pairs. I don't even know if he bets 8-7 for this big. He might. But he bets the
think you
lower
have
sets
to.
this big. and he bets his draws with big.
I think 8-7 has to. If you're going to do this with this hand, I think you have to, because now you're blocking your opponent's best continuing hands. Now you're just hoping your opponent has aces at this point. I mean, like, obviously ace king, king queen is perfectly fine too, but you block the shit out of that. So
Yeah, it looks like Sparks is going to continue here.
yeah, I think you have a mandatory call here. The real question in my mind is what happens on the river, as Sparks is the effective stack at 5.1k. It's another king, and now things are just going out the window. Sparks is gonna. I mean, I think Sparks could just lose it all here if Pierre goes for just something totally bananas.
I think Pierre can go all in here. Pierre is definitely not afraid to make over bets.
I like it though.
It's a tricky hand to go all in with though, because like you no longer so you no longer value bet with 8-7.
Yep, but that's
So you value bet king 8, king 7,
pocket eights,
pocket 8s,
sevens.
pocket 7s. So when you have arranged it as that in value bets, I think you probably just go all in. You can probably go all in for up to like 2.5x5.
Yeah, I think this is
And
an
it's-
all-in, and Sparks is gonna have to pay this off.
He has no clubs. Yeah.
Sparks hates this. Look at him. Look at him. Look at his chips.
He's like, God damn it, yeah. Really like this line by Pierre. Again, I can't say enough about these two players. These are probably two of the 3 or 4 best players in Austin. They're both outstanding players. They're both absurdly tough to play against.
And imagine being Sparks and not having all of your chips already in, like, right now.
But the thing is like, Sparks knows what it is. Like, Sparks knows that he has a bluff catcher here. He's got a good catcher, but, like,
Yeah, no club. It's good.
he has no clubs, no 10, no 9. It doesn't interfere with any of Pierre's bluffing range. He blocks a little bit of his value range. Like, yeah, obviously he's just like...
The
this-
pain is real. He's going to
Yeah,
make the call.
he knows,
He
like-
has to. He has to.
He knows that he beats no value. It is just a brutal spot, but, like, you know, I think this is one of the things that separates, like, kind of weaker, mediocre players from, like, extremely strong players. Is, like, a weaker player bets half or 2/3 on that river. They get called.
As Pierre.
They win. They think, okay, great. You know, I won, whatever. Pierre gets a stack, where, like, someone else doesn't get that extra 2 to 3K. Yes, you can say, oh, he has a boat, whatever. But, like, knowing that you can, like, go really big in this spot, like, that, it's just an example of, like,
You can learn
how well,
the concept
you know,
of
the thought
marketing
process is.
and
How
you're
good the thought
able to
process is
learn
by
a lot
Pierre.
of things to be able to
Yeah.
monetize
No.
that
And also just,
product, like the
I mean, shout out to Sparks, though, too, because I think that 90-some% of the poker playing universe would have just been like,
Nuts.
call, and I have the nuts, and I always win, and then just felt like they got cooler, and it was just like the end of the world. You know, like, how could that have possibly happened? And, like, Sparks sits there, and you see him, he puts his head down. Like, he knows exactly where he is. He's been here before. This is not new streets. This
But-
sucks.
but
And
he
he's going to
also-
lose a lot of the time. And he's ready to lose because he can't fold such a strong hand. But he has to just nut up and do it. You
This
know?
is me nodding at Aaron. Sometimes
Ace-6
you're gonna
offsuit
lose.
is not fucking trips, bitch. Oh, man. Listen, all right. I'm fine. I'm fine with what happened.
Okay, all right.
200 to be called.
Sparks is also fine with what happened. And you can try to bluff me tomorrow if I get in the game. But you know what?
So I was like,
Queen 4 suited, offsuit, whatever, should have won this hand because clearly it is the best hand in poker.
It's up there, you know? We're all going to sit here and pretend that, like, Phil Hellmuth having 16 bracelets makes him a great
Good job,
player.
Pierre. Should all tip me 20.
Like, you want, like, you have eyes, right? Like,
I
you have eyes.
rewatched that.
Everybody-
I watched that. Was it this morning? I guess
Uh-huh.
it was probably this morning. I don't know. Time just all blurs together. And I literally couldn't believe, and at the same time was like, this is perfectly standard. Like, this is what makes sense. Like, he should be tanking with Queen 4 here. And then called off. I knew he was going to because it was spoiled already by the
Yeah.
article title. What the fuck?
The Hellmuth thing is, like, we all pretend like we don't have fucking eyes. Like, it's so annoying. Like, if you have done a good amount of work on poker and you watch this man play poker, it doesn't make sense. Like, we all pretend like, oh, he does all these magical things against, like,
White magical
against
things, yeah.
people who play 1500. It's like, come on. Like, it's awesome. Like, great. He's run really well in some tournaments, and apparently he plays mixed games really well. Like, awesome.
Yeah.
But like, can we can we stop pretending that this is like him playing well is a thing? It's not a thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not. Like
running
we sit here,
really
we
good.
watch. There's infinite footage of him playing poorly. Why are we pretending that's not the case?
Yeah, it's almost like classic.
You know what it is? It's the rings argument in any sport. It's so and so has so many rings, they must be the best. Eli has 2 Hall of Fame. Eli has 2 Super Bowl rings. He must be in the Hall of Fame. Like,
yeah,
we
MVP.
watch Eli Manning,
rings
like
and all that,
those
yeah.
2 seasons where he won the Super Bowl. They were what 8-8, 9-7 in the regular season. We watch him get washed all the time,
Yeah,
and we're gonna just like pretend that it's not the thing because he wins 2 Super Bowls. Like,
yeah.
let's pretend that there's some variance, or let's acknowledge there's some variance, and not pretend like our eyes are deceiving us.
Yeah. No, that's
there's my
absolutely
rant.
true. And at the same time that that's true, there's something very human and very normal, both in poker, in sports in general, in every aspect of human existence, which is, you know, like if you win consistently, like you deserve some sort of recognition. And Phil Hellmuth has obviously gotten that.
Yeah, so we can say like, awesome, he wins no limit hold'em tournaments.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like, let's not pretend he's an elite player. Like, he wins. Okay, cool. He's won a bunch of bracelets. A lot of them are in mixed games. A lot of them are in no limit when pre-solver.
Let me
Okay.
take you out to this hand because Jaywin has flopped top set and that's not a king. I was gonna say if this is a king on the turn, then things are about to go tits up. But this is a 10. Slicer is gonna make a pair. It's 3rd pair though, and Jaywin after betting 50 on the flop should presumably be going for small value once again. I mean, your opponent at this point either has some sort of like pair and a straight draw, or hardly anything. So I think 125 is just about the right size here.
Yeah.
But it's still harder than your body.
Slicer,
Although, like,
sort of
Slicer
borderline
realizes
on a
at this
call.
point, like, his hand's not really any good. And when the king comes, it goes check a lot. When the 10 comes, it goes check a lot. Except in this case where he would just be fucked.
Yeah, he would have gotten wrecked.
Yeah. It's like, you have equity, but, like,
You can be smart and like
how does it show down? Like,
convince and like really
you're hoping it goes, like, check, and you know, Jaywin doesn't bluff the river and you get to show down. It's like, a lot of his hands that are worse than 10x just end up bluffing the river anyways. So,
Yeah.
like, you don't get to show it down.
Yeah,
When you do improve, it goes check. It's like,
yeah, and that's like a hidden little gem. Let's call it just the tip here with AA Ron and Bones is if you find yourself in a spot where it's like you either have a very marginal hand or fuck all, but if you improve, then you've got like the stones. But
it
it's
has
going to
to
be
like,
very
a disguised
obvious.
Yeah.
Then like what's the real value of improving?
Right.
So if you've got something like 1 to 4 or 1 to 5 odds to continue, that sort of sounds good, it feels good. But if you improve, how often do you win more than what's already in the pot? If that's basically
Right.
0, then you're sort of locked into a losing situation. And it's really not beneficial to you to continue. But a lot of people, especially at the lower stakes, will be like, well, I got to draw to the nuts. Like, if I hit the nuts, then it's got to be good, right? Okay, bam, hit the nuts. Great, let's bet a bunch.
Check,
and then you just win
Especially
the
when
pot
you're out
or
of
whatever.
position.
Yeah. And then it's like, cool, you won the pot, but like probably 7 out of 8 times you're not going to win that pot, or maybe worse than that, whatever that is. And the time that you won the pot, you just won what was in there. So
Right.
it wasn't really worth the call anyways.
So an example of that was Jaywin's check call with Jack-8 of clubs earlier, where he had the gutter and the flush draw. It's
Yeah.
like both of those hands, when he improves, it's going to go check. So, like, I think
or bet like donk lead and like squint fold
maybe
probably.
hero, whatever. But when
Yeah.
you dunk, like, do you have a bluffing range there? If you don't, against a smart player like Sparks, they're just going to, like, fold,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So-
absolutely right.
Shout out to Lottie for recognizing how trash Eli Manning is.
Slim Pickens, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team. Wow, you really lit up Lottie, man. He's going
yeah,
after
he knows
it.
that Eli's trash. Listen, if you have eyes, you know that Eli's trash.
Well, he's also a Denver Broncos fan, so he knows that his brother is good, and that there's a bar. The bar's
Philip
been
Rivers
set.
is obviously a better quarterback than Eli Manning. Eli will probably get in the Hall of Fame before Philip Rivers.
That's also horrifying. Just the fact that you're
But they're like
correct.
Eli's
That's
gonna
gonna
get
happen.
in. Like it doesn't make sense, but like quarterbacks get in. The thing about the NFL Hall of Fame is like it's about a story, not about your stats. Baseball is about stats. NFL Hall of Fame is about do you contribute to the story of the NFL? And unfortunately, Eli's luck buck ass contributes to the story of the NFL. Same with Phil Hellmuth. Phil Hellmuth's luck buck ass. He contributes to the
Eli
story
Manning
of poker.
is the Phil Hellmuth of NFL.
I'll go on record right now. Eli and Phil, they're the same fucking person. go ahead and fight me about it. I'm here for it. DM me on Instagram or Twitter. I'll fight it out with you. Find me in person. Let's go. Dispute me. I'm here to battle.
That's awesome.
I love it. No, I love
All right, we are down to what could be our last hand of the evening. Not exactly sure. The production staff has already
Oh, they just already
decided
bailed
to
on us.
bail
Jesus.
out.
All right. Well,
We're very close to the end of the broadcast. We do appreciate all of you coming in and hanging out with us here tonight. Of course, your host for the Monday nights, Aaron McAvoy, tonight hanging out with Casey Diener.
you want a last shot at your $20? How can we do
I
this?
don't. Well, so we gambled. It was like a little after half past the hour, so we're not quite going to be able to do it.
Okay, so are we done after this?
Oh no, wait, we can. We can.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Same deal.
Yeah.
All
$20.
right.
I got the under.
All right.
Even though
are
the
you-
over's Lock City.
No. Oh, because you lost all your chips. That's right.
Yeah, I can't-
I got the over. You have the under.
I got the under.
This hand plus 4.
Okay.
3. Okay. All right. I have the over.
no, that we did.
And JTN. Oh, fuck. I should have taken the under. Damn, I'm getting buried here.
All right, let's go. All right, Chris.
Buried.
Let's go.
All
Get
right.
some sushi on Aaron. Well, let's go.
$40. Gonna get both y'all sushi? Damn.
I didn't say. Well, listen. I got a salad covered. After that, we haven't won enough for that yet. Hang on, we'll do some more flips.
Oh, man. Getting buried up here. Needs chat streets.
Yeah, again, from what I understand, Helmuth is a very good mixed game player. I don't want to just shit on that. He's infinitely better mixed game player than I am, I would imagine. Definitely. But let's stop pretending.
Depends on the line. When Doug is there, he usually gets pretty big.
He keeps winning these heads-up matches, I'll tell you that much.
You want action on his next one?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not on the other side of the fence here.
Okay, well-
I'm on the same side as you, but the dude keeps winning.
If anybody
Pretty freaking
wants
wild.
even money, they want Helmuth. I'll get his opponent.
Whoever it is.
Get in touch with me.
What if it's me?
Okay. No, I mean, God, if you start folding ace-6 to like an open heads up, maybe Helmuth does have an edge on you. I don't know.
And open. Not an open jam, just an
Just
open.
an
Yeah,
open,
no.
yeah.
Clearly that's how it translates. I just fold to opens, not jams. All right, 3-bet to 250, 4-bet to 1K.
Would you have folded the ace-6 off in the small blind to an open?
Listen, man, I already can't handle
All right,
where
all
this is
right.
going, but Slicer is facing a 4th bet, and he's
Okay.
about to make the call.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, no.
Wait, 5-bet?
5th
All right,
bet.
my man.
He's like, no, I got ace-queen. I got ace-queen.
I got the ace-queen.
And Pierre's
Mamma
like, it
mia.
doesn't matter. Whatever you had was better than me. We didn't actually get Pierre's card scanned, so he was just playing the big stack there. He said, I got 25K, and oh, now I have 24. Looking at the B-pips, Avishai getting in there. Pierre holding the Lottie line plus 4%, so, you know.
A lot of that's 15%.
Yeah.
Well, I guess when you hate ace-king in pocket 10, you start running out of hands to call with.
Yeah, really moves the bar. Michael Tilton just rolled a 5. Well, good for you. It's better than my 4, for fuck's sake.
Do you randomize at all?
Do I randomize my TCHLive loyalty point rolls? Every time.
I was just curious if you're a high guy or a low guy.
What was it about? Sorry, how did it go? I'm not telling you fucking shit, bitch.
Looks good, Eric.
There was something in there.
I'm a low guy.
Don't remember how that went.
You see what I did today? You see what I did?
Oh man, I hope I felt you tomorrow. I hope I get into the game tomorrow. I just registered now. I'm 11th on the list, so it may not happen.
Oh, you caught that already? Dude!
Yeah,
Bro,
14K.
hand history, Eric.
Yeah, that's a solid win.
What a day for the
Who
French.
sits down and already knows the biggest hand of the day?
Big Daddy Chaz up as well. Yeah, dude, the French, man, they're running good these days.
A big glass of wine, and surrenders or some shit. Or,
That's why I'm calling hand history, Eric.
Yeah, probably most things, really.
are they 8-handed? Eric got in?
Eric is in.
Okay, well,
This is the last hand.
if
All
someone
right.
quits, I'm going to go hop in there. But
No 50 or $100 straddle.
I think he might have.
The 25.
He also
come
has
on,
7.
slice, what are you doing, buddy?
Oh, that's what he had?
I mean, that's a snap. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really, people need some forewarning. The Eric. All right.
Legendary Eric.
7 folds,
Coach Eric.
8 folds.
Hand history, Eric.
Yeah.
All right, we got some folding, and
Avishai.
Avishai with a very lovely hijack.
Oh, Eric with a fresh cut.
Getting counterfeited on this.
Yeah,
5 folds.
here we go.
Yeah, these things.
To a roaring start here.
Oh, okay.
Eric gonna play this one in position with
a
the
fade.
pocket pair.
Eric is sucking in his kids. He's just like, fucking beer.
Gonna outflop his opponent, or at least dodge some sort of sketchy looking shit. But it is just a set of 5s here for Eric. Avishai might take one shot at this and then shut things down.
Eric's generally a razor in
Kind of pissed I'm in
spots.
town this weekend. I wish I was.
Yeah, let's see if we can get all the chips in.
1 call.
Can I have the stream back up this week?
Very unlikely. Is what they said.
7 of clubs, this is
If they
not
can, they
looking
will.
good.
They say very
Avishai, generally speaking, gonna start slowing things down here.
Doug said he hired a full-time person, so he's like, that by itself is going to fix a lot of the issues.
To make sure his
Last guy
teeth are
was like
still
part-time, but
intact.
the guy didn't
They
really
are. And
Oh, he's going to double barrel here.
small sizing incoming, 300. Eric says how much you playing, and I want all of those chips, please. Yeah, this board's starting to get a little too connected to just call, and he is going to go for the raise.
Raise,
A lot
obviously
of
folds.
good game going around town.
Good game, everybody.
All right, that's going to do it. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. For myself, for Padawan Kristen, for our newest mini producer, Melody, and for Bones, that's going to do it here tonight on TCH Live. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see y'all next week. And on Thursday, I should be in the mix playing in there with pretty good, fun lineup. So looking forward to that.
That game is
Come on in, hang out with us here on TCH Live on Thursday and next Monday as well. We'll see y'all soon. Have a good night.
the big straddle is either 25 or 50, depending.
We all
No, they permanently changed it on the board to 10, 25. So.